the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Our story tonight is neither new or old. It is about, on the extreme side, living each day the same way. We have all gotten into that rut in life where we seem to wake up and do the same things over and over again.
6 in the morning. Well, another day, what is it now? 27 cents. Well, shave, shower, and then downstairs to breakfast. And there she is, my beautiful wife, Alani, standing at the stove, the bacon frying in the pan. Look at her, she's wearing that see-through nightgown I bought her for her birthday. Or was it for me? I just wonder what her flesh would sound like in that hot grease.
Morning, babe. Gerald, what are you doing? No!
Well, 6 in the morning already. Feels like I just went to bed. Oh well. Shower, shave, and down to breakfast. And there is my beautiful wife, Alani. Look at the sweet curves of her body. I can smell her perfume over the bacon. I wonder what her blood would look like on top of the stove.
Good morning, Gerald. What are you doing with that knife? What are you doing with that?
I'm telling you, Peyton, it's really starting to get to me.
But they're just nightmares, Gerald. You said it yourself.
The same one. 2 nights running. And each one more graphic than the last.
So how are things with you and Alani?
Oh, never better.
That was a quick answer. No arguments?
Well, that's just it. She never argues. She never disagrees with me. It's like having some sort of a slave or a yes person.
And this is a bad thing.
I almost wish there really was an argument clinic.
You mean like on Monty Python?
Yes, I could just go and pay someone to have an argument with, because I really think that Alani doesn't know how.
Well, you're just stupid.
What?
You heard me. You're just stupid and ignorant.
Peyton, what are you trying to do?
I thought you wanted to have an argument.
No, that was abuse, not argument.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it... Oh, I see. No, not going to do the Monty Python routine with you.
Well, I tried.
Not helping. So, what am I going to do?
About what?
Well, the nightmares.
Oh, those. Well, maybe you shouldn't eat before going to bed. I've read somewhere that certain food can cause nightmares.
What, and give up my foot-long subs? No way. Think of something else.
Warm milk?
Ugh, how vomitable.
Okay, well, and how about a stiff drink?
No, already doing that.
And stop doing that. Look, I don't know. So you had 2 nightmares in 2 nights. Big deal.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Now, if I'm in your nightmare, please, just keep it to yourself.
6 in the morning. Again. Well, time to get up, take a shower, shave, and go down for breakfast. Wow. She is really beautiful. I could make love to her right now, right on the kitchen floor.
Morning, Gerald.
But
Gerald?
maybe I'll just drown her in
Gerald?
the sink.
What are you?
Die! Die! Die!
Most people wind up in life doing the same things over and over again. The occasional break in the monotony of a career or a home life makes living much more interesting. However, I've never met anyone who does the same thing in a nightmare. I'll return shortly with Act 2. I believe that we have all found ourselves in a situation that seems both hopeless and endless. While most of us are able to find an exit, Gerald is only beginning the journey.
Gerald, Jesus, you look like a wreck.
Yeah, it's called not getting any sleep.
You mean for the past 2 weeks, you were still having the same nightmare?
Every night.
And you kill your wife in all of them?
No, not just kill her, Peyton. I slaughter her.
When did they first start?
Oh, I remember when this nightmare began. It was on the night that I told my wife, Alani, that I was leaving her.
Gerald, babe, you can't be serious.
Alani, I'm sorry. I just cannot continue living this way.
What is wrong with the way we are living?
How did we meet?
What?
I asked you, how did we meet?
Oh, Gerald, you know as well as I do.
Do I? I barely remember even dating you. So I ask you again, seriously, how did we meet?
We met while you were at a conference in Boston. You bought me a drink when I couldn't find my wallet.
Well, then why can't I remember that?
Oh, honey, it's okay. There are a lot of little things that you probably don't remember, and really, it's okay. The fact that you are my husband, and I love you so very, very much, is all that matters.
I do remember one very important fact.
Yes?
I only knew you for less than a week. And then we were married. How do you explain that?
Oh. You swept me off my feet, silly. You went screaming into the ballroom of the hotel and yelled, "Someone, anyone, marry this lovely creature to me or I shall go mad!" Don't you remember that?
All that I can remember is that I woke up in this house with you beside me.
Perhaps you should go and see a doctor.
Perhaps I should leave.
Now stop being like that. You don't want to leave me.
No, Alani, I don't want to, but I believe that I have to.
All right, Gerald. I admit it. I probably moved too fast, but then that was always my problem. I suppose the spell I used on you was just too strong.
A spell? What are you talking about?
Please, Gerald, just listen to me. I've always gone after whatever I wanted. I saw you in Boston and decided that I wanted you. So I used a spell on you and I got you. Only I think the spell worked almost too well.
So what you were saying is that you were a witch?
No! Not the Halloween kind. I am a follower of the old ways. I was born with sort of a gift. and I have used it throughout my life. Oh, Gerald, don't you understand? I can give you anything you want.
No, not that way. I don't want any part of it. I made arrangements to move out. She begged me to stay at least one more night so that we could talk more about things in the following morning. I agreed, but I slept on the sofa. She woke me up around 3 in the morning.
Gerald, I have the solution.
What? What's going on?
I understand now why you were leaving me.
Again with this? I thought we were going to wait for the morning.
It is the morning. I'm too extravagant. I know that I tend to overspend, and you probably think that you don't make enough to support me.
Alani, that is not why I'm leaving you.
It's all right, my love. I have it all figured out. I just have to let the spell take its course. You have nothing to worry about.
Oh, so we're back on that again.
It is a rather complicated spell and does require a sacrifice, but I'm sure that you'll be able to complete the task.
I told you, I don't want any part of...
You have no choice now, Gerald. The spell has already began. And don't worry, Gerald. We will be together again very soon. I'm sure that you will find the right way to murder me.
Did I just understand Alani correctly? She did use the word murder. And what exactly is the right way to murder someone? Or is there a right way at all? Perhaps we shall all find out when I return with Act 3. A month has passed by, and Gerald is still having the same nightmare of waking up, going down to breakfast, and murdering his wife, Alani. He is currently in his office, talking with his friend, Peyton, about the murderous dream.
So, the nightmares began after you told Alani that you were leaving her.
Exactly, Peyton. And they're still going on. I don't know how to stop them.
Sort of a weird Groundhog Day scenario.
Yeah, but in that movie, the character made everything right and basically changed his life. I mean, how do you stop a nightmare?
Have you left Alani?
I'm not even sure about that. I don't even know if all of this is real.
Of course all of this is real. I'm here, and I'm very much real.
Are you so sure?
Well, what do you mean?
Peyton, exactly what do we do here?
Oh, come on, man. What kind of a question is that?
Just answer the question. What exactly is my job here?
Well, we work in an office. What more do you want?
Okay, yes, sure, but what kind of office? I mean, is it a law firm, some technical computer office? Or is all of this...
Is all of this what?
Just answer me. What exactly do you and I do for a living?
I really don't know.
Again. I'll shower, shave, go downstairs, see Alani by the stove, and then I will kill her, yet again. I wonder how to do it this time.
How'd you do her in this time?
I found myself in the kitchen, holding an axe, I walked up behind her and buried the thing straight into her head.
What happened after that?
You know, that's the funny part. I simply find myself here, talking to you.
So basically, you kill your wife, then you lose time. Look, why don't you just stay in bed? Don't get up and take a shower. Maybe run down the stairs and out the door. Break the cycle.
I wonder if it will be that easy. No. Oh, no, this time I will stay in bed. I won't get up at all. I shall lie here and go back to sleep.
Gerald! Oh, Gerald! Are you forgetting something?
What am I doing in the kitchen?
Well, good morning, my love. I made your favorites.
Of course you did. Every morning. Every day.
What are you doing?
Stop it!
No, please.
Why, obviously, I'm choking you to death.
Gerald, buddy, you're looking worse and worse.
It didn't work, Peyton. I tried to stay in bed. It didn't work. Nothing works. I'm trapped. Six in the morning. Shower and shave. And then go and kill Alani. Just another day. I walk down the stairs slowly. I look into the kitchen. I hear the bacon on the stove. I can smell the aroma of coffee mixed in with the perfume and the bacon. I'm holding a gun. And there she lays, on the kitchen floor, the hole in the back of her head spurting blood. It pools around her long, beautiful hair.
Really, Gerald? Really? I told you. The spell has certain specifics, and you were just not doing it right.
You were dead!
Again, Gerald. We will just have to try again. And again. And again. Until you get it right.
It's been 10 years now. Every day, the same thing. Wake up at 6. Shower. Shave. Go down to breakfast. And murder my wife. Every day. For 10 years. For God's sake, help me!
Oscar Wilde once wrote, "They have promised that dreams come true, but forgot to mention that nightmares are dreams too." For Gerald, the nightmare simply goes on and on until he makes it right. I shall go on a bit more when I return shortly. I was asked once if my dreams had come true. I replied that most of them had, but then so did some of my nightmares. Our cast included Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, and Ezra J.D. Emmons. story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Jenny, are you crazy?
No, Brad. I've made up my mind.
He's just an old carnival magician, and not very good at that.
I thought he was wonderful. You're just jealous.
Jealous? Me? Of a 200-year-old looking has-been magician? You really are crazy.
I'm gonna be his assistant, and that is final.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The Doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. The world of magic at one time was regulated to traveling magicians who would entertain small towns across the country. It would be many years before the large stage shows that you can see today.
Oh, Brad, look! A magician! Let's go.
Oh, come on, Jenny. Once you've seen one magic act, you've seen them all.
But I really want to check him out. You know, the carnival only comes through here once a year, and I don't even remember the last time there was a magic show.
Probably some old man doing card tricks that my grandfather knows.
Oh, it'll be fun, I promise.
You really want to go?
I really do.
Okay, let's go.
And now, madam, would you please think of a card? Any card.
I told you he would be an old man doing card tricks.
I think he's wonderful.
Are you kidding?
And now, think of the card very hard. Now, let me see. Aha! Is this your card? No! Perhaps I should remove the curtain above my head. Is that your card?
Even I can do that.
Brad, be quiet.
And now, my lovely assistant will join me. Ah, Esmeralda, you are looking very beautiful.
Geez, she looks young enough to be his great-granddaughter.
She doesn't look very happy.
Why, Esmeralda, you must not lose your head. That is up to me. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, I have placed my young assistant into what is commonly referred to as a guillotine. With a wave of my magic wand, I release the razor-sharp blade and...
Oh my gosh, that was incredible!
Yeah. I wonder how he did it.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention. We shall have another show in 2 hours. We hope to see you all again very soon. May the magic be yours.
Well, come on, Jenny. Let's go hit some of the rides.
You go ahead, Brad. I want to wait for the next show.
Are you kidding? You heard what the man said. It's not for another 2 hours.
Yeah, but I want to sit in the front row this time.
What is so fascinating about a 2-bit magic act?
I don't know, but don't you think he was mesmerizing?
Oh, sure. He hypnotizes his audience into spending $1 per ticket.
Even you didn't know how he did that last trick.
Okay. You got me there. That one, I have to admit, was pretty good.
Did you notice his assistant? She really looked unhappy to be up on that stage.
If I had to work for that old man, I wouldn't be happy either. Now, are you coming?
I told you. I want to see the next show.
Tell you what, ride a couple of rides with me, and I will make sure that we are back in time to sit in the front row.
Really, Brad? No fooling?
Scout's honor.
This is not your card, madam. Let me remove the curtain above me, and is this your card? And now, here comes my lovely assistant, Esmeralda, my dear. You should not lose your head. That is my job.
She almost looks scared, Brad.
It's just part of the act.
I beg your pardon, young man. Did you say part of the act?
Who, me? No, I was just saying...
Perhaps you would like to come and face the guillotine.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it is your act and I don't...
Are you perhaps afraid?
Go on, Brad. Maybe you can figure out how it works.
A very brave young man. Now, what is your name?
Brad? Brad Majors?
Tell me, Brad, are you in high school?
Senior this year.
And based on your size, I would say that you are on the football team.
Quarterback.
So, you would consider yourself brave?
I suppose so.
Esmeralda, show our young, brave lad the terrors of the guillotine. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, our young football player is firmly strapped into the mechanism. With a wave of my wand, I press the trigger in. Please, a round of applause for the brave, very brave, Brad Majors.
Come on, Jenny, let's get out of here.
Brad? Are you all right?
No, not really.
What is it?
That girl, Esmeralda, while she was strapping me in, she slipped something into my pocket.
What was it? Her phone number?
No, here, read it.
Please help me. What do you think it means?
I don't know, but there's something very strange about Merlin the magician.
Some magicians are more theatrical than others, while others lean more towards the comedic side. Merlin seems to be more sinister than dramatic. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. The great Harry Houdini once said, "I am a great admirer of mystery and magic. Look at this life, all mystery and magic."
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for this next illusion I will require a man's what?
Here you go.
Well, well, well. Good to see you again, Mr. Brad Majors.
Wow, you remembered my name.
I remember everything. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I shall take this wallet and prove that the hand is truly quicker than the eye.
Hey, you're burning my wallet.
Have no fear, young man. And abracadabra. Here is your wallet. Esmeralda, please return the property to the young man.
Whoa.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, my lovely assistant, Esmeralda, will be facing the horror of the guillotine.
Hey, what's this note? Meet me at the haunted house after the show. Well, you actually came.
I cannot stay long. He will be expecting me back at the trailer in a few minutes. Please, you must help me.
That's what your first note said. What is Merlin doing?
He's a horrible man. His magic is dark.
He's a has-been magician working at a carnival. How dark could it be?
You don't understand. He's a very powerful wizard. The guillotine is one of his most terrible spells.
The blade sure looks real.
Believe me, if he did not whisper the right words before the blade falls, it would slice through my neck like butter.
Are you serious?
Deadly. Please, you must get me away from him. I feel he's growing tired of me and is looking for a new assistant. I'm so afraid of what will happen to me if he finds someone.
You could go home, couldn't you?
He won't let me.
Can't you just run away?
Don't you think that I've tried? He always finds me and brings me... Hey, isn't that the girl that you were with last night?
Who, Jenny? I was going to take her to the movies tonight, but she said that she was busy.
But isn't that her, waiting for the next show?
Jenny, what are you doing here?
Brad, I thought you were going to the movies.
Well, I was, but I didn't want to go by myself. What are you doing here?
I don't have to answer to you.
Hey, hold on. I was just asking.
If you must know, I was hoping to meet the great Merlin.
Oh, now he's the great Merlin.
What? You jealous?
Of an old dried-up magician? Are you kidding? Why do you want to meet him?
That's none of your business.
Jenny, you're not thinking of trying to be his assistant, are you?
Brad, I'm stuck in this town where the only prospect is marrying you and working the farm. I want something more from my life.
Jenny, please, just come with me. Let's get out of here.
No, Brad! I want to meet the magician.
I've got a really bad feeling.
Brad sees the look of determination on Jenny's face. The feeling of dread that began earlier is growing inside of him. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Donald Wills Douglas wrote, "Dream no small dream. It lacks magic. Dream large, then make the dream real." Jenny, a poor farm girl, is dreaming of a new life with a magician. If what Esmeralda has told Brad is true, Jenny's new life could turn into something much darker.
May I help you?
Mr. Merlin? My name is Jenny, and I think that you're the greatest magician in the world, and I would love to be your assistant.
Jenny, eh? What a pretty name. What a pretty girl. And you say that you would like to be my assistant? Come in, Jenny.
Oh, my. What an interesting... Oh, wow.
Please, look around, my dear.
These paintings. 6 eyes? 4 arms?
These are the paintings of the old ones, my dear. The gods who were here long before man crawled out of the ooze.
What is that? It looks like a bat.
It is, my dear, it is. Now, if you will forgive me, I must have a talk with Esmeralda. You have been a bad girl, haven't you, my pet?
I won't stay here any longer.
That's 1.
I won't be your assistant anymore.
That's 2.
What are you going to do?
I will be with you in a moment, my dear.
Jenny! Get out of here! Run away while you still can!
That's 3! Well, Jenny, you have heard of pulling a rabbit out of a hat. What do you think of a cat in the hat? That's enough, Esmeralda. Into the hat! Would you rather be a cat or a mouse? Now, my dear Jenny, what was it you were saying?
Can't open the door. It's locked. You terrible, horrible man! How could you do such a thing? I wouldn't be your assistant if you were the last magician on earth!
Would you rather be a cat or a mouse? That's one.
Jenny's face becomes ashen white. She realizes, a little too late, that she is now trapped under the magician's spell. I shall return shortly with a final word. One of the first rules of magic is to never reveal a secret. Assistants have been sworn to secrecy, even after leaving the show, not to tell someone how a trick or illusion was accomplished. The great Merlin, traveling around the country in a carnival, has found a rather unique way to keep his secrets. Our cast included Mark Wheeler, Crimson McKenzie, Brenna Faith, and Mark McLean. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. And now, a preview of our next tale.
In less than 3 hours, I will be escorted down that hallway where I will be strapped into a chair, and several thousand volts of electricity will kill me.
That was the order of the court. There isn't anything that I can do about it. So what I want to know is why you were so insistent on seeing me.
Because, Doctor, I'm in love with you.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
I'm not. The first time that we met, when you told them I was fit to stand trial, that everything I had told you was completely made up, I fell in love with you.
So, hours before your execution, you confessed this love. Why?
Because I don't want to see anything happen to you.
And what could possibly happen to me?
Something very, very bad.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. We take you now from the kind people that make these productions possible to the monsters that will make it impossible for you to sleep. I hope. Dr. Emily Mason enters the office of Thomas Lansing, warden of the state prison. She is there at the request of a monster who is awaiting execution in the electric chair.
Come in, Doctor.
Oh, Emily is fine, Warden.
And I insist on you calling me Tom. So I wanted to talk to you first before you saw the prisoner.
Can we call him by his given name, please?
If you insist. I wanted to find out why Paul Drake was so insistent on seeing you.
I won't know that until I talk to him.
And you are aware that he is to be executed at midnight tonight.
Very much aware.
I understand that you were the psychiatrist who found him fit to stand trial. Did you follow the proceedings?
No, but I was kept abreast of what was going on by the DA. After my testimony, I went back to my private practice and forgotten about Paul Drake until...
Yes?
I received this letter from him last week.
I see now why you wanted to come. According to this letter, he wants to confess something to you.
The DA always thought that there were other victims. Perhaps Paul is ready to show us where they are to give closure to the family.
I must confess, I'm not comfortable with you seeing him alone. However, against my better judgment, we have a private room for you to meet Mr. Drake. Naturally, we will be monitoring the interview.
I understand.
I hope so. This man, Paul Drake, is one of the coolest killers that I've ever met in my life.
Mr. Drake, I'm Dr.
I know who you are. Sit down.
So, why am I here?
Don't happen to have a cigarette, do you?
I quit a year ago.
Shame.
However, since the circumstances are rather unusual, the warden has allowed me to bring you a pack.
I don't suppose he gave you a lighter as well?
Yes, he did, but I had to promise not to give it to you.
Nice. Calming.
You don't seem overly excited.
Because I already know what's going to happen. In a little over 2 hours, I will be escorted down the hallway to a very special room. I will be strapped into a very special chair, and 12 very special people will witness the execution of one Paul Drake, killer.
It's what the sentence was. You had a trial and were found guilty of...
Murder, Doctor. The word is murder. But I am not a murderer.
Then, what would you call driving a wooden stake through someone's chest and removing their heads?
Do you think I wanted to do that? For Christ's sakes, it was my wife and her brother.
And what of the third person you murdered?
It was because of him that I did what I did.
And how many others have you killed in this fashion?
Oh, I see. The DA must have some unsolved murders, and wouldn't it be nice to wrap everything up and put them on Paul Drake?
Have you killed others?
Is that the reason you thought that I wanted to see you?
Your letter only stated that you had to see me.
And you thought that was the reason?
I'm still waiting for the reason.
Because, Emily, I love you.
What?
I love you. I fell in love with you at that very first meeting.
What? Why are you telling me this now?
Because I don't want anything to happen to you.
What do you think is going to happen?
and no one will be able to stop it.
There have been a number of death row inmates who, for some reason or another, have been contacted by people who have professed their love. Prison marriages happen all of the time, but I don't recall one that happened a mere 2 hours before an execution. I'll return shortly with Act 2. The world seems full of good men, even if there are monsters in it, wrote Bram Stoker. While Paul Drake, convicted killer, has professed his love to Dr. Emily Mason, does this make him a good man or a monster?
You are facing the death penalty, Paul. You are simply wanting to cling to what little life that you have.
Spoken like a true psychiatrist. You did just call me Paul, though.
I was being civil.
And you don't feel anything for me?
Mr. Drake, I listened to you 3 years ago. The story that you told me was fantastic and obviously contrived, but you displayed all of your mental faculties. I had no choice but to find you fit to stand trial.
Is that why you came here today? Fine. Then let me tell you the story again.
And what of this proof that you talked about in your letter?
Did you bring the crime scene photos? And the ones from the medical examiner?
It took some doing, but the DA agreed.
After I'm finished telling you my story again, you will have your proof.
All right, Paul. Tell me again why you murdered 3 people.
Because they were vampires.
You can see that I am not laughing.
And I'm not trying to be funny.
Vampires. Oh, really, Mr. Drake? Can't you do a little better than that?
I tell you, Doctor, that witches exist, that warlocks exist, and yes, vampires do exist. They are among us working and feeding, which is why I had to drive a stake through the heart of my wife, her brother, and that other man.
That would kill anyone, Paul, as well as cutting off their heads. If the police had not shown up when they did, you would have burned those bodies as well.
It had to be done. Burning the remains is the only way to ensure that they wouldn't come back.
I don't think that you're going to have to worry about them coming back anytime soon.
Are you so sure? What happened to the bodies after they were taken away?
I assume that your wife and brother-in-law were buried in the cemetery near your home. The other man was probably kept in storage until family could be found to claim him.
He was never claimed, and his body was never buried.
And how do you know this?
I have my sources.
And how do you know that they were vampires?
I thought you didn't believe me.
Humor me, Paul.
All right. My wife met this man, this Lance something or other, at the diner where she worked. That is where it all started.
What'll it be?
I believe that I will have the special tonight.
One special coming up.
And your company when you end your shift.
That's a new one.
Oh, I'm very serious.
Yeah, aren't you all? Look, I don't date the customers. Besides, you see the ring? Married. My husband doesn't even like me working here. But since the factory closed down...
Deborah, I insist that you accompany me.
Look, I got other customers.
They no longer matter.
They no longer matter.
Trust me, Deborah. Your husband will no longer matter. Nothing will matter anymore.
Her brother was staying with us. I found out a week later that she had quit her job. She was seeing this Lance character every night. Her brother slept all day, and then both of them would disappear. It was then that I found out what they had become.
Paul? Paul! Wake up!
What is it? What time is it?
I want you, Paul. I want you to join us.
Hey, what are you doing?
I want you now.
Hey, stop that! What are you trying to do?
Join us.
Get off of me!
There is no use in fighting it, Paul. You will be one of us. Debbie won't leave without you.
What the hell are you?
I think that you already know.
Just give in, Paul. There really isn't anything that you can do.
And that was when you killed them?
I was ready for them. I had followed Debbie one night and saw... Lord, I saw Lance bite her, drink her blood. I was ready. I made the stakes. I surprised them. I'd cut their heads off when the police burst in.
Your neighbor had heard someone screaming and had called them.
But don't you see? I didn't get the chance to burn them. They were buried with their heads. The ME removed the stakes. They came back.
You spoke of proof, Paul. Where is your proof?
Look at the photos. Look closely at the faces of Debbie, her brother, and Lance.
Okay. What am I supposed to see?
But don't they look familiar to you?
I thought that vampires couldn't be photographed.
There are a lot of myths, mostly due to all the films and TV shows, as well as the books. Stoker came closest with Dracula. And that was more of a love story than horror.
Why do you say that?
Dracula wanted Mina Harker. Lucy Westenra was only a means to an end.
And the part about turning into bats?
Oh, another myth. However, they cannot go out into the sunlight. And they need the blood of living humans to sustain themselves. That part is very, very true.
So why do you think I should see something in the photos?
Look close. This one. My wife. She is now the secretary to the warden. This one, my brother-in-law, is the guard that escorted you here. And this one, Lance, is the warden now.
I really don't see...
Okay then, where is all of the blood?
Blood?
Well, if you drive a wooden stake into the heart of someone, there's going to be an awful lot of blood, correct? Those pictures show only the bodies on the floor. So where's the blood splatter?
Paul, if you drive a stake into anyone's heart, it's going to stop the blood flow. That's why there wasn't a lot of blood. Perhaps you even moved the bodies before the police...
I didn't have time. There is no blood because when a person dies, any blood in the system coagulates. It doesn't flow anymore. Vampires do not bleed.
Paul, no one does when you stab a stake through their heart. This obsession with...
Emily, something very bad is going to happen at midnight. I love you, and I don't want you to be here when...
What is going to happen?
According to Nietzsche, whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process, he does not become a monster. And if you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you. Paul Drake fought back and is now paying the price. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Dr. Emily Mason sits across a table from Paul Drake and listens quietly. The photographs of his 3 victims lie in front of her. In another half hour, Paul Drake will be executed.
Paul, I want you to listen to me now.
Don't you understand? They came back. They are here.
Paul, there is a resemblance to each of them, but I can assure you that they are not vampires. Let me tell you what I believe.
I'm listening.
You say you followed your wife one night and saw Lance Henderson?
Henderson?
Yes, that was his name. The police tracked his identity down. Now you say that Lance bit your wife and drank her blood, turning her into a vampire?
But I did.
Just listen. I believe that you did follow your wife. I believe that you saw Lance and her together. Seeing your wife making love to another man set something off in your mind.
So why was Lance in my house while my wife was trying to bite me?
I believe they were there to tell you that she was leaving you. Her brother was there to make sure that all went well.
Which obviously it didn't. Emily, please, just leave before they electrocute me. I'm not sure what those three have in mind. I do know that after leaving their graves, they're probably very hungry. And there will be 12 victims in the viewing room.
Paul, I'm sorry that I cannot help you. While I am not a religious person, I will pray for you.
Just promise me that you will take a close look at the 3 people that I told you about.
I will, Paul. Goodbye.
So, what happened?
I don't know. I left before the execution.
Do you think that he was telling the truth? About the vampires, I mean.
I know that he was.
How do you know?
Because of what happened. You see, I watched the news after the execution. Something did go wrong. There was a fire, and everyone burned alive.
That's horrible!
At least that's what was reported. Obviously, they could not reveal the real story.
Haven't you finished yet?
I was just finishing. Cheryl, I would like you to meet my husband, Paul.
Not Paul Drake. That would be impossible.
You still haven't told her, have you?
Patience, my love. You see, Cheryl, Debbie really wanted her husband to join them. They planned it out very carefully.
Planned what?
They had been feeding on me until I finally turned.
So you see, Cheryl, Paul was already dead. However, he was very hungry.
12 people, 12 meals, 3 for each of us. Of course, we can't have a world full of vampires. What would we feed on then?
Paul, I'm getting really hungry. I'm so glad that we met, Cheryl.
I'll be missed! Too many people know me. I could get you victims.
Oh, we like to refer to them as donors.
We would only take a small amount from you. You would forget about it. However, I found Emily and turned her just the other day. So, as you can see, she is very, very hungry.
Cheryl watches in horror as her hosts descend upon her. She feels the teeth bite into the soft flesh of her neck and hears the slurping noise that Emily makes as she drinks her fill. I'll be back shortly. I leave you to the horrors of your own imagination with a quote from Primo Levi. Monsters exist, but they are too few in number to be truly dangerous. More dangerous are the common men, the functionaries ready to believe and to act without questions. Our cast included Raven Adams, Crimson McKenzie, William Stafford, Annie Nick, Brenna Faith, and Mark Wheeler. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Oh, come on, Dad. You can't be serious.
Deadly serious, Mark. It's been exactly 10 years since the last sighting, and the strange occurrences around here have begun again.
Dr. Coleman, do you really believe that there is some sort of entity that haunts that field?
My dearest Evie, I know that there really is a Shadow Man.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The Doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. There was a time in this country when people would work at a profession until they retired. It seems now that retirement is no longer an option. The cost of living, or trying to live, has spiraled to the point where most people do not have the luxury of retiring. But then, there are other ways to make money.
Friday night, 6 o'clock. Oh, what the hell was I thinking? How could I have thought that I could get away with murder? Well, she did deserve it. Nora Malone, CEO of the accounting firm, but so much more than that. A pretty good accountant yourself, embezzling all that money. Wait, maybe you're not dead. No, you are definitely dead. Ugh. Strange, I didn't think that I could shoot so well, let alone directly in the forehead. Ugh, the blood on the floor, that one thin line of red trickling down the end of your nose. You look so surprised. I'm sure the mortician will have a heck of a time changing that look on your face. Okay, so you are definitely dead. And I have definitely killed you. I suppose I really didn't think this thing all the way through. Oh, now what am I supposed to do?
You get rid of the body, stupid.
Miss Malone?
Wow, he remembers my name.
But, where are you?
Are you kidding? Look down on the floor. See the mess? Now, can you see me?
Oh, maybe I have fallen asleep and...
Heck of a shot. Right into my third eye. Who knew you could shoot like that? What are you doing now?
I am trying to wake myself up. Ouch.
Served you right. Besides, you are not asleep. Will you look me in the eye when I'm talking to you?
But those eyes, those cold, dead, white, milky eyes. Oh, I think I may be sick.
Don't you dare throw up in here. This carpet cost a fortune to import.
But you're bleeding all over it.
Don't change the subject.
I'm truly sorry, Miss Malone.
I'm truly sorry, Miss Malone. You couldn't just turn evidence over and put me in jail. Oh, no. That would have been the sensible thing to do. It was only a few $1 million. But no, you have to put a bullet in my brain.
No, just a minute. You were going to kill me first, remember?
Well, of course I remember. What did you think I was going to do? Throw you a party? When I found that note that you left on my desk, I didn't really have a choice now, did I? And by the way, why did you only ask for $5,000?
Actually, it was $4,132.78.
Damn accountants always have to have the figures right to the penny.
That was the cost of repairs to my car that you smashed into a few months ago.
Are you serious?
If that weren't bad enough, it was you who made sure the insurance company would not pay it off by making it look like the whole thing was my fault.
Well, it was your fault.
Just shut up, or I'll...
Shoot me again?
It wasn't just the money.
Oh, really? It's always about the money.
You murdered my mother.
I don't even know your mother.
The money that you embezzled. One of the accounts was her entire life savings. She had no choice but to go to a nursing home. She was such a vibrant woman. But being in that place, it's what killed her. I hold you responsible for that, Miss Malone.
Why couldn't you have taken care of her?
Oh, no, she was too proud for that.
Then why is it my fault?
How many others have you killed? How many other lives have you destroyed?
Only the stupid ones. Only the ones who handed me their money and the knife to stab them in the back with. Only the idiots who have no idea how the world actually works when it comes to money.
You really are a cold and heartless woman.
Oh, you just had to change a decimal point or two, and then I was a little bit richer. It really was quite easy until you started poking your nose into my business.
And where did it get you? Lying on the floor of my office with a bullet in your brain.
Okay, genius. Now what do you plan on doing?
I hadn't really given it much thought.
Another brilliant deduction from Henry Ward. Okay, it's Friday night. That works in your favor.
How so?
Think about it, dummy. You have all weekend to clean up.
Clean up?
You don't really want everyone coming in Monday morning and seeing a gun on your desk and you talking to a corpse, do you? You might as well just stick your foot in a bucket of water and put your finger into a light socket. Save the state a lot of money.
Oh, not helping.
Oh, you want my help? You do realize that I was going to kill you when I saw your little note. Not the way you did me in, but more subtle.
What do you mean?
I was going to force you to write a suicide note, confessing to the embezzlement, then make you jump out the window. Simple, no fuss, no embarrassing questions. You were going to be my fall guy.
I don't believe you.
Go and look on my desk. Using my vast knowledge, I already made it look like you were taking the money.
You don't have it in you.
Oh, but I do. I even have your pitiful $5,000 sitting there, along with the evidence that would have convicted you. Don't believe me? Go down to my office and see for yourself. I am not exactly going anywhere.
Henry looks at the corpse lying on his office floor, blood pooling around its head. He begins to walk down to Nora's office to find out if what she has told him is true. You come back and find out what happens when I return with Act 2. According to the statistics, someone who commits the act of murder makes 31 mistakes, which can easily lead to their capture. Henry is now wondering if his first mistake was pulling the trigger.
Satisfied?
Yes, everything you said is true. The evidence, the money, everything.
I told you, Henry, this is not new to me.
You mean...
Yes, Henry, I have killed before. I am not the amateur that you appear to be.
So... now what am I supposed to do?
Do I have to do all of the thinking? Don't answer that. The dumb look on your face tells me everything. I think that your first course of action would be get rid of the body.
How am I supposed to do that?
You could carry me downstairs, stuff me into the trunk of your car, and bury me somewhere far away.
Oh, no good.
Why not? Haven't been working out lately? Don't you own a van or a station wagon?
Well, I did have a very nice van, but I traded it in for something smaller that got better gas mileage. A 2-door sedan.
Why am I not surprised?
Hey, maybe I could just chuck you out the window and make it look like a suicide.
Oh, yes. That is just marvelous, Henry. Fantastic. Great. And how do you explain the bullet hole in my forehead? A passing bird assassin shot me on the way down? And how, pray tell, am I supposed to be able to write a suicide note?
I would write the note. Type it anyway. And forge your signature.
Oh, this I gotta see. Not bad, Henry. Not bad at all. You do have a way with words. For being an accountant.
Now, all I have to do is sign your name.
Henry, I realize that you could always make a copy of the suicide note. But don't you think it might be wise to practice my signature first?
Oh, I don't know. Let me try it on this paper. There. Now how's that?
You think you could bend down and let me actually see it? I can't exactly turn my head right now.
I'm sorry. There. Any better?
Not bad, Henry. Not bad at all. Although I do a small loop at the end of Nora.
You mean, like, that?
A little better. Of course, it really doesn't mean anything. We have already established that I can't jump.
Well, perhaps you were writing a confession, not a suicide note. When, as you were standing by the window, a burglar came in and shot you. You tumbled out, and then voila.
I may have underestimated you, Henry Ward. That actually sounds doable. Okay, prop me up by the window.
Let me just get the window opened here first. Oh, you are a little heavier than I imagined.
I'm dead. It's called dead weight. Hey, watch the hands.
Why do you care now?
Oh, that's just sick.
There we are, propped up against the window. All it'll take is one little push, and then you drop 26 floors to the alley below.
Going to make a heck of a mess. I sure hope that you don't hit someone when you land.
You mean that you hope that you don't hit someone?
No, Henry. I mean you.
What? Miss Malone? But how did you get over there? You are dead.
No, Henry. You suffer under a terrible misconception. In a few minutes, it is you who will be dead.
Henry Ward looks at where he thought that he placed the corpse of his employer at the open window. As he turns around and sees her standing in his office, very much alive, holding a gun on him, he wonders if he is losing what sanity he had. Don't you lose out before I return with Act 3. Henry Ward thought that he had killed his employer, Nora Malone. His plan was to simply push her out of the window, saying that she must have been shot by a would-be burglar and tumbled out from the force of the bullet. Imagine his surprise when he sees her standing in the middle of the room, holding a gun, and very much alive.
But I shot you. Right in the head.
I don't know what you are talking about. As soon as I walked in and told you that no one, absolutely no one, tries to blackmail me, you fainted dead away.
This can't be real.
When I found that note demanding money from me because you discovered my secret, I knew that it was you. After you passed out, I thought that I would just throw you out the window, but I needed to stick to my plan. You nearly scared the life out of me when you jumped up, but then I noticed that your eyes were closed.
I must have been sleepwalking.
You really helped me out. I followed you to my office, where you found the evidence that I was talking about, waiting for you to wake up. You even typed out a suicide note, signed your own name to it.
Can this be real?
Oh, yes, Henry. It is very real. I'm actually a little sorry that I have to kill you. I don't think that the gun is necessary. First plan was fine. Now just stand right there, and I will give you a little push.
I couldn't believe it. I closed my eyes, waiting for that fatal plunge.
Just one little...
Just before she reached me, I managed to step out of the way, and out the window she went. I heard the sickening thud as she hit the alley below. I looked back into the office, and I found the note. The evidence that she had so cleverly pinned on me. With just a few alterations, she was now incriminated. I found the $5,000 that I had asked for, and put it into my pocket and made my way down to the street. For a city as large as this, there were hardly any people out. As I passed by the alley, I thought that I heard a faint groan.
Henry?
Perhaps she had somehow managed to survive the fall. I hurried into the alley and...
Henry, is that you?
I thought the bullet wound to the head was bad, but this?
How bad is it?
Well, you hit the dumpster, and it seems to have cut your body right in half. Oh, I think I may be sick.
You picked a good place to do that. Who would know?
Now, stop that.
Where are you going?
I'm going home. The number 14 bus should be here any minute.
Henry, aren't you forgetting something?
You tried to kill me. Instead, you went out the window.
Think about it, Henry. If you can hear me, don't you think that the police will be able to as well? I can always tell them that you pushed me.
No, you are dead.
Am I, Henry? Am I really dead?
No, you are dead. You are... Where am I?
Where do you think?
Ms. Malone?
No, your guardian angel. Of course it's me.
Where are we?
In the alley. Remember, I fell out the window when you...
What about me?
You were just hit by the number 14 bus. Hit you so hard, you came flying back into the alley and landed right next to me.
So, now what do I do?
I have no idea, Henry.
The twisted body of Henry Ward lies motionless on the street as people from the bus begin to gather around, waiting for the police to arrive. You arrive right back here when I return with a final word. Tonight we have presented a cautionary tale. I believe that everyone thinks of murder at least once in their life, but I also like to believe that very few of us would actually commit the act itself. At least, I would hope so. Our cast included Raven Adams and Annie Mick. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
And you are telling me that your security system is the best?
Absolutely the best, sir. It has been proven 100% effective.
I've had 3 systems installed so far. Burglars are still able to break in. I've lost almost $10,000 in valuables.
Trust me, Mr. Spivey. We have installed this same system in over 300 homes and businesses. It has never failed.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The Doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. When World War I ended, an increase in crime followed. As a result, Americans became sensitive to security needs and were eager to find ways to protect themselves and their property. The first home security system, a group of night watchmen who shook door handles to make sure that they were locked, was invented.
And this, Clive, is a genuine Rembrandt.
Most impressive, Richard. Did you have it authenticated?
Oh, naturally. The insurance company wouldn't have covered me otherwise.
Well, you have a unique collection of antiquities.
Thank you, Clive. But don't sell your own collection short.
Now, I may have a few trinkets, but nothing compared to the museum-quality pieces that you have. I hope that you have all this insured and secured.
Well, the finest one I could find. You have no idea how expensive a home security system costs nowadays.
You should do what I do. Get yourself a dog.
Oh, sure. That way the thief could feed it as he is wiping you out.
Nothing's happened yet. And I've had Bull for over 3 years now.
And what happens if Bull attacks you?
Now, with me, he's a sweetheart. With someone else, he's a killer.
Thank you for the advice, Clive, but the last thing I need around here is another mouth to feed.
Here's your drink, darling.
Oh, thank you, darling.
Anything of interest in the newspaper tonight?
The same old thing.
I don't know why you insist on upsetting your stomach over things that you have no control over.
Another break-in.
What?
Oh, no, this item in the paper. They had another home broken into last night.
How dreadful.
And a bit frightening.
How so?
Well, it was only a few blocks from here. According to the paper, the owners were away when the crime happened.
Good thing we have our alarms in place.
It didn't deter these burglars. And they were able to get past the system, cleaned out the house of almost everything.
Richard, please don't tell me anymore.
Oh, Elaine, don't worry, my dear. We have the most sophisticated security system ever invented.
Wasn't it a magnificent play?
I must admit, they put on quite a performance.
Thank you for taking me, dear.
I must take you to the theater more often.
You never know what may happen afterwards. Richard! The house!
I don't believe it!
Oh, Richard!
Now, don't panic. Call the police while I make a list of what those thieves took.
How much did they get?
All the silver, the electronics, and any jewelry they could find.
Well, lucky there weren't art connoisseurs.
Still, as I added up, I've lost almost $7,000.
And what did the insurance companies say?
Oh, I'm sure that they will try to find a way not to pay on the policy.
And you did contact the police?
Of course I did. I'm not completely stupid. Well, naturally, they said that they would investigate, but even I know what that means.
Right. Don't call us, we'll call you.
Exactly.
What about the security company?
They said that there was nothing wrong with their system. I then asked how anyone was able to break in at all.
And their answer?
Oh, they talked about a possible glitch in their system or some such nonsense.
So, are they willing to compensate on a system that you paid for from them?
But I'm not sure at the moment. I am sure that I will be shopping around for better security.
Being secure in your own home can be quite tranquil. But to discover that someone else has been able to break in creates a feeling of dread and insecurity. Don't be too insecure, as I'll be back with Act 2. The first video security system was, believe it or not, invented in the 1940s. In his book, 1984, George Orwell told of a frightening security system that monitored everyone.
Hello, yes, I saw your advertisement and I would like to receive an estimate. Oh, yes, I should be home at that time. The associate's name is Clara Selby? Well, I shall expect her then.
Mr. Spivey? Richard Spivey?
You must be Clara Selby from the security company.
Yes, sir. Here are my credentials.
Yes, they look in order.
You should always make sure with whom you're speaking with, especially a stranger at your door.
Oh, I always am. Won't you come in?
Very impressive, Mr. Spivey. Tell me, what prompted you to call our company?
We had a break-in the other night.
How dreadful!
Luckily, most of the antiques were left alone.
The uneducated burglar is the best kind.
Yes, thankfully. I have almost $100,000 tied up in paintings and sculptures. My wife, Elaine, is the real expert.
I'm sure she is a lovely woman.
Oh, she is a professor of art at the university, so she is, well, much more educated than I.
Wow. And I am sure that you would like to protect not only your home, but her as well.
Well, of course.
Which is why I've been instructed to offer you our most deluxe of packages.
I can almost see the dollar signs in your eyes.
It isn't expensive as you might think. But then again, can we really put a price on security? Okay, imagine if you and your lovely wife had been home when the burglars broke in.
Yeah, I'm trying not to.
It might have been a lot worse than just the taking of a few trinkets.
Why don't we just discuss this, deluxe system of yours?
Oh, the deluxe. It's unlike anything you've ever seen. Completely automatic and only takes a few hours to install.
Oh, wonderful. More holes in the walls?
On the contrary, Mr. Spivey, our system requires no additional wiring or mounting of any equipment.
No holes? How is that possible?
Well, we do have a few trade secrets that I'm not allowed to indulge.
We'll never mind all that. How effective is this system?
100%.
Now, wait a minute. Even I know that there has not been a system invented that is 100% foolproof.
Believe me, Mr. Spivey, we have yet to have one of our many clients disturbed in any way.
And how many clients have you so far?
Without giving away specific numbers, I can assure you that we hold the security of more than 300 homes and many other businesses in this city alone.
Quite impressive. And not one of them have been broken into?
Not one.
Well, that's fine. All right, down to business. How much is this service going to cost me?
A mere half of your material assets.
I beg your pardon? Did you say half?
That will give you a lifetime of protection, no matter where you are. Suppose you sell this house and move to another. Our system will follow you without reinstallation or renewal of contract.
But half of everything?
As I said before, can you put a price on security?
Did I hear you correctly, Richard?
Yes, Clive. Half of everything.
Surely you didn't pay it. Richard, are you insane?
Well, after the second break-in.
You mean you had another break-in?
Yes, and what's worse is that Elaine was home when it happened.
And is she all right?
Oh, yes, perfectly all right. She heard them break in and hid in the closet. Of course, they got away before the police could actually get there. Elaine was scared, but she is okay. She went to visit her sister while I signed the paperwork, and they installed the new system.
So, you did pay?
And like the sales rep said, you can't put a price on security.
The feeling of being secure can be most gratifying, but what price would you pay for complete security? Think about it before I return with Act 3. Franklin Roosevelt once said that if you want real security, go to prison. They will feed you, clothe you, give you a place to sleep. You will have everything except freedom.
So is everything okay?
Oh, I couldn't be happier, Elaine. I was told that the system had been successfully put in place and that we are now completely secured.
That is great news. Now, they didn't put any more holes in the wall, did they?
Well, if they did, I can't tell.
What about the control panel by the door?
There isn't one.
Then how do they know it's us when we come through the door? It is an alarm.
Well, according to Clara, the entire system is automatic. It only recognizes our own biometric system and will act accordingly.
That must be one sophisticated system.
Yes, I talked with one of their other customers, and they told me that it was the best thing that they ever did.
I certainly hope so.
When are you coming home?
Not until Friday, if you can stand to be away from it.
I shall be counting the minutes until your return, my beautiful lady.
Oh, how you talk, kind sir.
Hang on, Elaine.
Everything okay?
Well, I'm not sure. I hear something very strange.
You don't think someone is trying to break in, do you?
Oh, no, it's not that.
Oh, Richard, be careful.
What on earth?
What is it?
It's a mouse.
A mouse?
Yes, a small white one.
Call the exterminator first thing in the morning.
No, Elaine, you don't understand. The mouse is in a cage.
What?
Let me call you back. I'm taking care of this right now.
Richard?
What is this thing doing here? You won't be here for very long. There you go. Scamper away and stay out of this house.
Clara Selby, how may I help you?
Ah, Miss Selby, just the person I was hoping to hear. This is Richard. Richard Spivey?
Why, yes, Mr. Spivey. What can I do for you?
Well, you can begin by telling me what kind of a security company that you represent.
I beg your pardon?
I don't know what kind of games you are playing with me, but I just found your cage in my living room.
Well, yes, sir. It is part of the deluxe package. You are now fully protected.
Oh, so the mouse was supposed to fend off the burglars.
Oh, no. You don't understand. The mouse is simply an offering that we provide.
An offering? To what?
It is all explained in the papers that you signed. You did read our contract, didn't you?
Oh, yes. I read it. I couldn't understand most of it. The Old English was extremely confusing. And what was with all of the Latin?
Oh, well, it is just legal jargon that only attorneys can decipher. Wait, what did you do with the mouse?
I let it go, naturally.
You let it go?
Right out the door. And one more thing. Who gave you permission to carve up my oak bedroom door?
Again, Mr. Spivey, if you had read the contract...
That door was imported from Spain. Do you have any idea the cost?
The cost of complete security can be very high, Mr. Spivey.
Hang on, Miss Selby. I hear something.
Wait, Mr. Spivey, are you in the living room?
Ooh, just hang on.
Hold it right there, buddy.
Who are you? What are you doing in my house?
Well, let me see. I've got this gun. It's pointing at you, and I understand that you have a nice, big, cozy safe somewhere.
Mr. Spivey! Mr. Spivey! Is there anything wrong? Mr. Spivey!
Cheap, common crook. I should have known.
Now look, unless you want a bullet in the gut, I suggest you proceed to the safe.
I will do no such...
Oh, I think that you will. Hey, what are you looking at?
Mr. Spivey, you must get to the bedroom. Now, Mr. Spivey, now!
Whatever it is behind you.
You think I'm gonna fall for that old gag?
No, I swear. It's right behind you. Like a dark substance forming out of thin air.
What are you talking? Hey, what the hell are you?
Oh, dear God! It's ripping out his heart! I think I'm going to be sick. It's eating, gnawing the flesh off of his face. It's eating his head. It's eating. What? Oh, I must have fainted. Maybe I dreamed the whole... No, the body, it's been ripped to shreds. Good Lord, blood is everywhere.
Mr. Spivey, please answer me. Mr. Spivey! Mr. Spivey, please answer me!
Yes, the phone. Miss Selby?
Oh, thank the gods. Are you all right?
I am, but the man who broke in isn't. I need to call the police.
Mr. Spivey, are you still in the living room?
Look, what has that got to do with...
It matters, Mr. Spivey! Richard, you must listen to me. You let the sacrifice go. You must get to your bedroom now. The symbols on the door should protect you from the demon.
What are you talking about? A man has just been killed by... I don't know how to describe it.
Now! Get to the bedroom! Even though the demon is fed, it might not be done.
Wait. There is something over in the corner. Red, fiery eyes. It looks like...
Run! Please get to the bedroom now, before it's too late!
Oh my God. It's no.
Yes, this is Agent 492013, Clara Selby. I have a cleanup. 2 victims in all, however one of them was the contract holder. Oh no, sir. He paid for the Lifetime Deluxe package. In full. So my commission is still intact? So what about the contract? Null and void now. That's all I wanted to know. I'll be back in the office tomorrow. Good night.
To have complete security, you must be willing to give up a lot. Richard Spivey gave up much more. I'll return shortly. We worry about our security every day. The reality is that we will probably never be 100% secure, no matter what we do. Our cast included Raven Adams, Annie Nick, Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, and William Stafford. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Do you realize the cost of the special effects alone?
I don't care what the cost is. I want it.
Emma, the studio can't afford to...
Look, Leonard, how much are we really talking to produce my movie?
Nobody has that kind of money. Now why can't you just put another sequel out?
How much?
All right, with all of the effects, not to mention the actors that you want, we're talking at least $7 million.
Who do I make the check out to?
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The Doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. They say that true love knows no bounds, that even in death, love will survive. And so, we take you back in time to the untamed West, the 1880s, where justice was meted out with a swift hand and a taut rope.
Oh, Rose, you know how much I love you.
I know, Jake. I know. But Father would never understand.
Yeah, right. Because I'm just some ranch hand who works for him and would never be good enough for you.
You have to understand. Bradford Harlan is not my real father. He married my mother, and after she died, he inherited, or rather stole, everything. This ranch, my family legacy, everything. I couldn't leave him even if I wanted to.
Well, you could. You should. You should come away with me, Rose.
Bradford would only hunt me down and bring me back. After all, he is the judge for the entire district. No matter where we went, he'd find us.
I could protect you.
I know you could. You'd try, my dearest, but I'm so fearful of what the judge might do. You must be careful.
Oh, don't you worry, darling. I can take care of myself. It's you that needs to be careful.
What do you mean?
Oh, I've seen the way that judge looks at you. I don't trust him one bit.
I'm sure he wouldn't do anything, Jake. Now, you'd best go. Will you be here tomorrow night?
Of course. I have to ride to Bay City tomorrow, but I should be back in time.
Why Bay City?
Well, there's something there that Judge Harlan's having me pick up.
You will be careful.
For you, my love, always.
Rose, is that you?
Yes?
You have been on your walk for quite some time.
Well, it's a beautiful night.
Where were you?
Just down by the old oak tree. I love to sit there and...
A daydream of young Jake Price, no doubt.
And what if I do? What if I were to run away with Jake? Tonight, for instance.
I would hunt you down and drag you back here. I would have Price horsewhipped before I brought charges of kidnapping.
You old fool. Only reason you keep me here is because you know about the money my real daddy left me.
That you do not receive until your 25th birthday? $120,000.
And you'll never see a penny of it.
Are you sure? As my wife, what is yours is mine.
You must be mad. I would never agree to marry you.
Even to save the life of your handsome young ranch hand.
What are you talking about?
He's going to Bay City tomorrow. Suppose I tell you that unless you agree to marry me. So he'll never make it back alive.
I knew you were mean and cruel, but this is even low for you.
Make your decision, Rose. We have all night.
All right. I will marry you. Just please don't hurt Jake.
Oh, don't worry, my dear. I had no intentions of hurting the young man after you tell him of our engagement. You'll do that for me.
Oh, Judge, you are so naughty.
Of course I am. Now, come here.
Oh, careful. We don't want to leave any marks.
You delicious little tart.
Now, Judge, why don't we discuss the money?
Oh, you women are all like, always the money.
Well, you did promise to take care of me and get me out of this one-horse town.
And I keep my promises, sweet Mary. I'm working on a scheme that will get us $100,000.
Oh, my, Judge. Who are you going to kill?
Why? My wife, of course.
I thought that you said you weren't married.
Not yet. But tomorrow, I will be. And 2 weeks later, my poor wife will have an accident.
And you will be a lot richer, right?
The better to take care of you, my little tart.
I do wish you would not call me that.
Okay, my sweet little tart.
I want to talk to you, Judge.
What about?
I'm not going to marry you.
Then you forfeit your young man's life.
Not if I warn him first.
Oh, but I don't think you will.
And what's to stop me? You, old man.
Quit being so hysterical, young lady, or I shall be forced to discipline you.
I'm not a child anymore. I saw what you did to my mother. I know how you killed my father. Well, it won't happen to me.
You stupid little tramp. I've taken care of you for the last 15 years, and this is how you repay me?
Taking care of me? By holding me a virtual prisoner on this ranch? My ranch.
You are making me very angry.
I'm leaving, Judge. I'm going to tell Jake everything, and we're leaving.
I would not advise that.
Oh, no? Why?
Because I won't allow it.
You don't have a choice.
Oh, no? You will marry me. You will. You don't have a choice. Rose? Rose!
Judge, you okay? I heard something that?
Sam, it seems that Jake Price has just murdered Rose.
What do we do?
Go get the sheriff, then bring Jake Price to me.
Sam looks at the judge and then to the body of Rose lying on the floor. He shudders slightly at the implication of what the judge has just told him. I shall return with Act 2. The trial of Jake Price was carried out in the same study that the murder took place. The body of Rose was buried under the tree where she would meet with her lover, who now is tied with a rope around his neck, hanging from the same tree.
You're insane, Judge.
You heard the testimony of Sam. We both saw you strangle the life out of poor dear Rose. Kill him, Sam.
Yes, sir. I saw the whole thing. Jake came in like a madman and strangled her.
You're a liar. If anyone killed her, it was the judge.
You shouldn't say that about the judge.
I'll say anything I like.
Enough! You were tried, convicted, and now sentenced will be carried.
You low-life thieving bastard. Why would I have wanted to kill Rose?
Because you found out that she was going to marry me.
That's absurd. She would never... never.
And now you know the truth.
She loved me.
Hang him!
Oh, dear tree, it's just you and me. A soft moonlight touch the glow. And through your blank shapes and through your roots, my voice will grow.
Oh, Judge, this is so nice.
You really like it?
Oh, I do. I could get used to this.
And I want you to. I want you to live here.
Me? Live here? But you were going to take me out of this place, remember?
Well, there were complications.
So you are not getting any money, huh?
I'm still getting some money. It's just going to take a little more time.
Well, I haven't the time to waste on you.
What are you talking about?
There are plenty of nice gentlemen around who would love to have the opportunity to take me away with them. Did you really think that you were the only one?
You murdered me. Why not her?
Did you hear something?
What are you going on about?
I could have sworn.
You murdered Jake. Go on. do hurt too.
Shut up!
Now don't you talk to me like that.
I wasn't talking to you.
There isn't anyone here but me. Are you ill?
I'm here.
It can't be.
I'm here.
What are you doing out here, Judge?
Sam, have you heard anything strange?
What do you mean?
Oh, I don't know. Have you heard anything at night somewhere out here?
Judge, I think y'all might need to get away for a while.
Oh, just forget it. What do you want, Sam?
Well, Judge, I've been doing some thinking.
I don't pay you to think.
That's just it, Judge. You don't pay me to think, but you may want to pay me to keep my mouth shut.
What are you talking about?
Now, let's not be stupid, Judge. I know you killed Rose and then framed Jake for it. That wasn't no trial, and you know it.
Oh, so it's blackmail, is it?
I figured $500 a week should cover my silence.
Why don't I just kill you?
Because I'm not as stupid as y'all think I am.
You feel that?
Don't try to change the subject. Now, I sat down last night and wrote out a full confession. I mailed it to some kin with the instructions that if anything happened to me, they were to open it.
Well, I guess you're smarter than I thought.
Can you trust him?
Did you hear that?
That's just a win. Now I expect $500 of my pay on Friday.
That's an awful lot of money.
Will you leave me alone?
Hey, Judge, where are you going? Funny, he took off like he had seen a ghost.
Oh, that's what I need. A good, stiff drink. Just the wind. That's all it was. Just the wind. I don't really hear Rose.
Are you so sure?
Leave me alone!
Why should I? It was you who murdered me.
No, you drove me to it.
You hung an innocent man.
No, you're dead. He's dead, and there isn't anything you can do about it.
You buried me under my tree.
And you will stay there. You're dead. Nothing but a voice in my head.
Really, Judge? What about Jake?
What are you talking about?
See for yourself. Look out the window by the tree.
No, it can't be!
I feel the rope against my bark, and the weight of him in my grain. I feel in the throe of his final woe the touch of my own last pain. Another quote from Paul Dunbar, and perhaps very apt. Is the judge only seeing and hearing the guilt of his own mind, or has something returned to exact revenge? You return here shortly for Act 3. The power of love versus death. The power of good versus evil. Most of us would like to think that good will triumph, that evil will be discovered, and justice will be served, whether in this life or the next.
Can I get you anything to drink?
Why did you want us here?
Yes, Judge. What are you up to?
I can assure you both that I'm not up to anything. I just wanted some company tonight.
Scared to stay in this lonely house by yourself?
What's the matter, Judge? Afraid of ghosts?
Of course not. I'm not afraid of anything.
Are you sure about that?
Not afraid of anything, eh?
Will you be quiet?
Now that's a fine way to talk to your guests.
Mary, I do believe the good judge is coming apart.
Ready for the loony bin he is.
Fine. Don't stay.
Oh, come on, Judge. We were only having a bit of fun. Of course we'll stay, won't we, Mary?
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Oh, midnight. Say, how long are we going to stay up, Judge?
I'm with Sam. I should have been home hours ago.
Please, just a little longer.
Judge, are you planning to kill them too?
Did you hear her?
Why don't you go upstairs and go to bed?
You don't hear her?
Who?
Rose!
But Rose is dead.
Is she? Is she?
Sam, I'm a bit frightened.
And look! Out the window!
Where?
There by the tree!
I don't see anything.
Jake Brass, he's come back! Well, I'll show him!
Where's he going?
I don't know. Judge, what's going on?
You won't get me! You're both dead, do you hear? I'll ride away from here, you won't catch me!
Judge, where are you going? Judge! Look out! That branch of the tree! Dear God. Better go get the sheriff, Mary.
It's awful. Did he not see? He rode right into the tree branch.
And it cut his head clean off.
Oh, dear tree, it's just you and me. A soft moonlight doth glow, and through your branches and through your roots, my voice will grow.
Hey, did you hear that?
Just the wind.
No. Something else. Like someone is laughing.
Sam and Mary shudder as the wind blows, and the tree shakes slightly as if in triumph of its deed. I'll be back shortly. I began our tale with a part from a poem by Paul Laurence Dunbar, titled The Haunted Oak. I will end it with yet another stanza. My leaves were green as the best, I trow, and sap ran free in my veins. But I saw in the moonlight dim and weird a guiltless victim's pains. Our cast included Mark McLean, Ezra J.D. Emmons, Crimson McKenzie, Brenna Faith, and Robert Jackson. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Isn't he the most beautiful man that you have ever seen?
Are you joking? Have you really taken a good look at that?
Oh, long black hair, chiseled face, and ooh, those masculine shoulders and arms. He really could take anyone's breath away.
Stan, I have a very bad feeling about this.
You and me both. Dot! Snap out of it.
And he asked me to come away with him. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Permit me to introduce to you Mr. Henry Harold Huffman, a nice agreeable chap who would do almost anything for anyone.
Yeah, that's me. Always around when someone needed something. Just a phone call away. Friends? Sure, plenty of them. Unless I needed something.
But you were a good friend.
Why don't you leave the poor sap alone?
Well, that was rather rude.
Well, at least he finally grew a
Who's
pair
telling
of...
this story? You two or me?
Oh, dear boy. Don't let us interrupt you.
We can jump in any time.
See what I mean? Constantly yapping all the time. Anyway, my so-called friends only called on me when they needed something. As usual, I never said no. But the trouble really started about a year ago, when I received a rather unusual inheritance.
According to your grandfather's will, the house is completely yours.
I can't believe it.
Now, it is out in the country and is in need of some repair. I checked the place out myself, and I believe that it is at least inhabitable.
That's how I came to live in Mayford, just a small little town where everything that a person could need is at least 10 miles away. Oh, there was a little money involved.
A little money?
He is right, Henry. It was a sizable amount.
Would you mind if I tell this in my own way? Thank you. Okay, so, yes, it was enough so that I could live on for quite some time. That is, until news of my good fortune became public.
Oh, just a little bit of oil will fix that.
When was the last time anyone lived here?
Oh, I believe that would have been sometime in the 1940s.
And it's been empty ever since?
It's not exactly empty. My firm took over about 5 years ago. We tried to sell it, but there were no offers. I mean, it's so far out of town, you know. We did manage to rent it to a few people.
So what happened to them?
They only stayed just a few days before packing up and leaving.
Any particular reason?
Something about the place being haunted.
Haunted? By what?
Well, they never really said. You know how these old houses are. They creak and groan, and people immediately think, "Ooh, ghost!"
Very interesting. I've never lived with a ghost before. The first night in my new house was spent exploring. It was 3 stories tall, with bedrooms and bathrooms on the top 2 floors. Under the stairs, I found the door to the basement. Ugh, cobwebs. I hate spiders. Wonder if there's any light down here. Ah, here it is. What is this? What do you know about my grandfather?
Well, not a lot. Of course, that was way before my time.
But you must know something. Anything.
Only the stories that seem to always surround strange people.
You said strange. Why did you say that?
You know, look. He spent his whole life here making, hats.
Hats?
From what my grandfather told me, he was the leading hat maker in the world. Specialty hats, only made to order and very expensive.
So that's what all of that stuff in the basement is.
As I said, the house stayed empty all these years. We didn't even know about you until last month.
How do you do? My name is Martin Stewart, and I represent the Heartland Security Company. May I come in?
Out here? In the middle of nowhere? How much danger could I be in?
Oh, you never know. With everything going on in the world today, I don't believe that anyone is really safe.
He's absolutely right.
Just another salesman. All they want is your money, Henry.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I was just saying that one cannot be too careful nowadays.
You really should consider what he has to say.
You should consider taking a knife and cutting out his vocal cords. He's giving me a headache.
Don't you hear that?
I'm sorry?
You mean you can't hear them?
Perhaps I should come back at a more convenient time.
Don't let him get away!
No, you should invite him inside. At least hear what he has to say.
Or at least choke him to death.
Will you shut up?
Yes, I think I will be going now.
You idiot! Get him!
No, you let him go.
Wait, Mr. Stewart.
It's okay, I'll come back. Whoa!
Oh my God!
Not the way I would have done it. Him falling down the stairs and breaking his neck. But it works.
You are impossible.
How many people are on that porch? 2 or 4? I'm sure that I heard 4, but of course, that isn't the problem. What is Henry going to do with a corpse lying at the bottom of the stairs? What would you do? I suggest you return for Act 2 shortly. I believe that we all have voices in our heads. That little devil that imagines us doing something truly evil. Usually, there is the opposite angel who governs our actions. At least, I hope so.
I didn't know what to do. There I was, standing on the porch, looking down at the man who slipped and broke his neck. Should I call the police?
Yes, that is exactly what you should do. Help the poor man.
Or you could always help him into the hole you could dig in the backyard.
And what about the car? How do you explain the car?
Yes, how do you explain the car?
It broke down, of course. The man used your phone, then started walking.
Henry? Call the police.
Cut him up and burn him in the furnace.
Will you shut up? I called the police, but when they got there, the body was... it was gone. Oh, the car was there, but the body had vanished. Or had it? My hand started shaking, and I was getting a headache. I looked around to see if perhaps the man was hiding, but I didn't see anyone. The car was towed away, and I never heard any more about it.
Perhaps you need a hobby.
Yeah, like murder. You're so good at it.
I was thinking of taking up where your grandfather left off and make yourself a hat.
Yeah, make a hat out of his skin. Ah, he has such soft skin.
But I don't know how to make a hat. I went down to the basement to see what I could find. There were chemicals, felt material, brims, cloth, sewing machines, a skull, and what? A human skull? I found it in an old hat box, bone white, with leathered skin attached. I wanted to throw up.
Hey, nice work.
Oh, that's disgusting. Wonder who it was.
Maybe I should call the police.
Again? Again? Who Oh, goody, another victim.
Why must everything be gruesome for you?
It's the only way to live.
Good evening, sir. Do you believe in the second chance?
Oh, if you don't mind, miss.
I'm Evelyn, and I was hoping that you...
Evelyn, is it? Well, I have a splitting headache, and since it's Sunday, I plan on...
Oh, no, sir. It's Tuesday.
What?
Yes, sir, Tuesday. That's the day we all go out and spread the word of the second chance.
Perhaps you should listen to her.
Or gut her like a fish.
Exactly what are you selling?
No, I'm not selling anything. I want to show you how your life would be better with the second chance.
Is it some sort of religious thing?
We of the Church of the Second Chance believe it is
why don't you
more
just
than
push her
a
down the
religion.
stairs? It worked the last time.
He tripped! I had nothing to do with it!
I'm sorry, sir.
No, I apologize. I shouldn't have yelled. I've not been sleeping very well, and I've had this headache for... Are you sure that it's Tuesday?
Oh, quite sure, sir. It is Tuesday. Would you mind if I come in and we can discuss how your life could be so much better?
At least inside you could slit her throat.
Oh, no! That would stain the carpet. Maybe you could just strangle her.
More fun, but no blood.
That was kind of the point.
Hey, whose side are you on?
Oh, did I say that out loud?
And very articulate at that.
So what should I do?
Well, we have some seminars coming
Just
up.
kill her, Henry.
Yeah, kill her, Henry, kill her.
No, of course, we cannot continue to operate unless we have some donations from...
Money.
I'm sorry?
You want money, right?
Oh, not right away. Perhaps a small donation would help.
Always want money.
Oh, it's only a small token amount.
Oh, just kill her, Henry.
Kill her! Murder her!
But how?
Oh, well, $100 is the usual amount.
Kill her. Strangle her.
No, use the knife!
But all that blood.
Who cares? Just do it!
Not on the Persian rug.
Yes! Make sure to donate your finances.
Good work, Henry.
Yeah, way to make that bitch pay.
Isaac Newton once said, "I can only calculate the motion of heavenly bodies, but not the madness of people." It seems that even the small voices have a touch of madness. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Long before Lewis Carroll wrote the immortal Alice in Wonderland, the term mad as a hatter was used. In Henry's case, it has become quite the proper phrase.
That's quite nice, Henry.
You really think so?
A very nice hat, I think.
I think so, too. For my first time.
Well, it's good to see you're still here.
Please, come in.
Well, you're not having any trouble with ghosts, are you?
Why don't you make a ghost out of him?
Not a bad idea.
Can I get you something to drink?
Oh, no, I just stopped by to see how you were getting on. And also to bring you some good news.
What sort of good news?
Well, believe it or not, someone has made an offer on the house. They think it would make a great bed and breakfast.
You are still trying to sell my house?
Oh, well, Apparently the listing was never taken down.
The heck with the rug. Slit his throat.
My, haven't you got a little... Use the poker, Henry! Use the poker!
I happen to like it here. I've been working on a new project.
Oh, well, that's okay. I don't really need the commission.
Why don't you come downstairs and let me show you?
Well, I don't want to be a bother.
Yes! Take him downstairs.
Much easier to clean up.
Yes, I think you will be very interested.
It's so dark down here.
Let me get the light.
What a mess. Must be hard to... Oh, good Lord.
My grandfather was a wonderful hat maker.
But those aren't hats. Those are heads. Human heads.
I inherit this house, and you want to take it away from me. I inherit a fortune, and all those people came out to take it away.
Now look, Henry.
I won't be treated like a doormat anymore. And you won't take away my house.
Henry, put the axe down.
Kill him, Henry. Do it now!
Do it, Henry. Do it.
Not anymore!
Oh!
I saw them. I truly saw them. They haunted me day and night, telling me to do bad things. I don't remember killing anyone, but they were there. You do believe me, don't you?
Yes, Mr. Hoffman, I believe you.
Well, Doc?
Detective, did you find any remains of anyone?
Not a soul.
Tell me again what happened.
Mr. Hoffman came into the station and started raving about heads and voices and murder. We didn't know what to do, so we brought him here.
But you did investigate.
Of course. Didn't find anything.
What about the basement?
Just a bunch of fabric and chemicals.
Was there any mercury?
Yeah, lots of it.
That would explain it.
I don't follow.
Mercury poisoning.
I thought you got that from eating fish.
In the 18th century, all the way up to 1941, hat makers used mercury on fabric. Exposure to mercury could drive you insane.
So, what you're saying is that Mr. Hoffman is mad as a hatter?
Fatally, Detective. I wouldn't be surprised if he lasted another week.
We did discover one thing, though.
What was that?
In the basement, there was a hidden door. When we opened it, we found the remains of 27 people, and a notebook from what we gather was his grandfather. It turns out, Mr. Hoffman's grandfather really was a serial killer.
You have to believe me. I killed all of those people.
Of course you did, Henry.
And such a very good job.
But did I? Did I really?
Henry Harold Huffman, a rather unassuming little man who would do anything for anybody, who is now sitting in a room wondering when he will die. I'll be back shortly. Mercury is not only found in seafood, but plenty of other things that we all consume on a regular basis. According to the medical profession, small amounts will not hurt you. I sincerely hope that they are right. Our cast included Mick Davis, Crimson McKenzie, Robert Jackson, Mark Wheeler, Ryder Stone, Rue Snow, William Stafford, Raven Adams, and Will Dorman. The story was created by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was directed by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
What kind of place is this?
It's an art gallery, Mr. Vanetti. A simple but rather unique art gallery. Nothing more.
But these paintings, so grotesque. Demons, torture, blood in all of them. And the statues, hideous.
You should look beyond the horror and see the inner mind of the artist. That is what art is all about. Isn't it?
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The Doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. I am sure that you have heard the old saying about cat people and dog people, or that a person does not own a cat, but that they own you. Animals can be a wonderful addition to any household, until things start to go awry.
No, there was nothing in my childhood that could have foretold of the events that I am about to relate to you. I was always a sweet and gentle child. I was kind to everyone and helped out when I could. Mostly, I like animals, all kinds of animals. I married quite young and found that my wife also shared my interest. And very soon we had quite a collection. We had some birds and fish and a scruffy little dog and a cat, a beautiful cat. I'll never forget the day that my wife brought it home. Hello, my dear. Hello. Well, you're home early.
Oh, look what I just brought home, Charles.
Oh, look at it. A beauty, isn't it?
Oh my, it seems to have taken to you. But then all animals seem to.
Where did you find it?
Some mean old dogs were chasing it. Poor little thing. I managed to get him before the dogs did.
Oh, such a beauty. Here, are you hungry? Yeah, how about some milk? Yeah, there you go.
And such a small thing.
Well, he certainly is hungry. Yes, is that good? Hey, well, what's your name?
I don't suppose he has one. He's so young. I don't think that anyone owns him.
Well, then, we have to give him a name.
You mean we can keep him?
Keep him? What are you talking about? Of course we can keep him. He has no home. We can't turn him out into the streets, can we?
Oh, Charles, I was hoping that you would let him stay.
But he must have a name. Yes. Now let's see. Look how dark he is. As dark as the night sky. Ooh, I know. He's as black as the devil. Let's call him Pluto. Yes, we will call you Pluto. Pluto grew up to be quite a remarkable cat. Of all the animals in our home, he was my favorite. A constant companion to me, even to the point of trying to follow me out into the street. But as the years went by, there was a A change in me. A radical change that I am now ashamed to admit. Yes, I began to drink heavily, and my temper was shortened. As drinking became more and more necessary, I became more moody and irritable.
Charles? Charles, where are you going?
I don't have to tell you where I'm going.
Charles, please. Why do you have to go out every night to the bar?
Do you really want to know? Because it's the only way that I can get away from your nagging. Nag, 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 all day long. There. You see? You could learn something from Pluto. He had never asked me where I'm going. Do you, Pluto? Yes, you never ask. Come here.
Charles! Don't pick him up like that. You're hurting him.
I'm not hurting him. I'm not hurting you, am I, Pluto?
Charles, just be careful.
I'm just petting him the way he... Ow! Did you see that? Did you see? He bit me. He deliberately bit me. Oh, you beast, you monster. I'll get you. I'll teach you.
Charles, no. Don't.
Yes, I hate to admit it, but my anger with the poor beast overwhelmed me. I caught him and held him fast, and pulling out my knife, I proceeded to cut out one of his eyes. After I had slept off the night's drinking, reason had returned to me by the next morning. Oh, I experienced half horror and half remorse for the crime of which I had committed. But that did not stop the drinking. In the meantime, Pluto recovered from his injury. The socket was indeed a ghastly sight, but he appeared to be in no pain. Oh, he would run from me, and this filled my heart with grief and remorse. That soon led to irritation, and one night, in a drunken madness, I slipped a noose around the poor creature's neck and hung it in the tree in the garden. I knew that it had loved me for no reason. This seemed to infuriate me. In my drunken stupor, I went to bed fully dressed.
Charles!
Wow,
Charles!
wow.
Wake up!
What's the matter? Let me sleep.
Charles! There's so much smoke!
What?
Something must be on fire!
Oh, good Lord, Lucy! It's our house! Our house is on fire! Come on, quickly! Quickly, darling, or we will be burned alive! Come, this way! Breathe! Quickly, this way! I can get you through the flames! Here is the door! Come on!
Charles! Our house!
At least we are alive. I went by the ruins the next day and noticed a small crowd of people staring at something.
Will you look at that? A cat. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
But look, it looks as if it's hanging by its neck.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Don't you see it? That one wall. The only one left standing.
No.
Like a cat.
It can't be.
Hanging by the neck.
No! You know who it is? I'll tell you who it is. It's Pluto! He's come back to haunt me! Leave me alone! Leave me! Leave me.
Well, get some water, somebody. This man has fainted.
It is said that our actions, no matter how small, may have consequences. Charles would say that the fire was the consequence of the murder of his cat. Why don't you hang around until I return with Act 2? In the time of the pharaohs, cats were highly regarded, almost godlike, to the point of even being mummified and entombed.
You must understand that I am only relaying the facts. A simple chain of ordinary events that led up to, well, what will happen to me tomorrow.
Don't you think that you've had enough?
Just give me another one.
Yes, sir. How are things since the fire?
Yes, the fire.
I understand that you lost everything.
Yes, everything. You should see the place I live in now. It's disgusting.
What about that cat you were always talking about?
Oh, yeah. Pluto. No, he's gone as well. You know, I really miss him sometimes. He was such a wonderful cat, and he loved me so much.
Well, if you're broken up about him, why don't you get another cat?
Why don't you get me another drink?
No, sir. It's almost time to close up.
I said give me another drink.
I'll have to go get another bottle.
Why don't I get another cat, he said. Well, why don't I get another cat? Well, there's nothing that says I can't get another one. Hey, where did you come from? I've been staring at that table for 5 minutes and didn't see you. Come here. Yes, pretty kitty. Yes, come here and sit on my lap. There's a good cat. You know, you look a lot like Pluto. Only you have a small ashen patch on your chest.
Here you are, sir.
Say, who owns this cat?
Cat? Oh, I didn't see it. Big one, too. I don't know who owns it. Matter of fact, I don't even know how it got in here.
Well, yes, but does anyone own it?
As far as I'm concerned, you own it. My wife hates cats.
Silly woman.
Well, if you want it, it's yours.
Yeah. Yes, I want it. Yes, I want it very much.
Charles, this is such a wonderful cat. Just since last week, it's made itself so much at home. You would have thought that it lived here always.
Yes, I've noticed that.
And it reminds me so much of Pluto.
Yes, but this one has a patch of white on its chest. Don't forget that.
Yes, dear, that's right. But I can't help wondering, whatever became of Pluto? He disappeared the day of the fire, and...
I know he disappeared. You know, maybe he knew that the house was going to burn down.
See how it loves you? It's rubbing up against your leg just the way Pluto did.
Pluto! Stop talking about Pluto!
Darling, I didn't mean anything.
No, I'm sorry. All this talk about how that cat resembles Pluto, it just makes me nervous. Actually, there's hardly any resemblance at all. Well, except that they are both black, and this one has a white patch on its...
Oh, the poor thing.
Why? What is it?
It has a wound just under its eye.
Where? I don't see...
See? Under the fur. I never noticed it before.
Neither did I.
It looks almost like a knife wound that goes all around his eye. Almost the way Pluto...
No, go on. Say it. Say it. Just the way Pluto did when I cut out his eye.
Oh, no, Charles. That's not what I meant. Maybe it got into a fight with another cat. It's just curious that we never noticed it before.
Yes, you have no idea how curious it is. Now get that cat away from me.
Charles, you're frightening it.
Here.
You look crazed. How can you be that way to a
away
poor animal?
from me.
Especially one that
Get
loves
out.
you so.
Now, I don't want to see it. Do you hear me? Get it out of here.
To hear you talk, anyone would think that you didn't even like the poor cat.
Like it? I can't stand the sight of it. I loathe it. I hate it. I tell you, I hate it. I hate it. And the more that I hated it, the more affectionate that it became toward me. It followed me everywhere that I went. Whenever I sat down, it would pounce and cover me with its caresses. If this were not enough, the white patch on its chest had begun to take shape. It was becoming very distinguishable as the unmistakable shape of a hangman's noose, that instrument of pain, torture, and death.
Charles, are you going out again tonight?
Yes, I'm going out, and I don't know when I'll be back.
Before you go, do you think that you could help me bring up some wood from the cellar?
Why do you need more wood?
The house is very cold, and you know that I've been sick. I can't carry the wood by myself. Please, Charles.
Oh, all right, come on. You could have asked me earlier.
Oh, Charles, look out!
Oh, you beast, you monster! You tried to kill me!
Oh, no, Charles, I'm sure that it didn't mean...
I'll fix you.
What are you doing with that stick?
I'll show you, you wretched little...
Please, don't!
Let go of my arm.
No, Charles, please, don't!
Let go of my arm.
Charles, don't do
Are you going to let go of my arm? Let go of my arm! I told you to let go.
There have been many reasons given for the act of murder, whether it be revenge, for love, or in this case, purely by accident. It is what happens after the crime has been committed that makes things more interesting. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. A series of incidents in the life of Charles has led up to the murder of his wife Lucy. Incidents, when taken apart, seem to be ordinary, but increasingly violent in nature.
Lucy lay at my feet where she had fallen. She never made a sound when the stick hit her. I saw her her still face and opened eyes, and resigned myself to the task of concealing the corpse. I found some loose bricks in the masonry near the fireplace. When I had made a large enough hole, I put her body inside. Then, with the skill of a bricklayer, I walled her up. No one would ever know. Naturally, questions were asked about her. The police even came and searched the house twice, but found nothing. The most important thing was that the black cat was gone. For 3 days, never a mew heard. I slept peacefully, even with murder on my conscience. I slept so sound. Yes. Just a minute. I'm coming. Oh, Sergeant. To what do I owe the pleasure of your company again?
This is Officer Joe Andrews. He's helping me with the case. Sorry to bother you again, but there still has been no trace of your wife. Some of her friends have been down to the police station, and, well...
You want to search the house again, is that it?
If you don't mind.
Well, I do mind. You've already searched it twice. She's not here. I would like to know where she is as well.
This will be the last time, I assure you.
Fine. Where do you want to start?
I guess the cellar is a good place to start. Come on, Joe. Well, there's nothing down here. Guess we can start upstairs.
You know, Sergeant, this is a very well-built house.
Yeah, it seems to be.
I don't think that there has been a better built house than this one. Well, you're not leaving, are you, gentlemen? Why, look at this wall. So finely crafted that it will probably last 100 years.
Hey, do you mind if we...
Well, here, let me show you. I can take this stick and beat on it all day long, and there will not be a...
What in the name of God was that?
I don't know. Maybe it was the wind.
That wasn't the wind. Whatever it was, it's behind that wall. Joe, take this crowbar. I want you to knock that wall down. Good Lord. That's what we've been looking for, all right. His wife's body. But what is that thing sitting on her head? Wait. It's a cat. How did that get in there?
I know how it got in there. Look, you see? It's been feeding off of her body. I must have walled it up with Lucy. I never even noticed. Look at its red eyes, its blood-stained mouth. Oh, you beast! You horrible monster! You are the devil! You made me a murderer! For 3 days you've been in there waiting and waiting to send me to the death chamber. I hope you're satisfied. I hope that you are satisfied.
Charles collapses to the floor as he is handcuffed. As he looks up at the black cat, he notices that it seems to smile at him. I'll return shortly. One of Edgar Allan Poe's darkest tales, The Black Cat, was first published in 1843 in the Saturday Evening Post. I find it interesting that Poe actually owned a black cat and was also known to imbibe, sometimes quite heavily. Our cast included Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, Mick Davis, Rue Snow, William Stafford, and Jonathan Rossignol. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Are you absolutely sure that you are home, Fred?
Oh, I swear. I haven't left the house. I promise.
Okay, so if you are home, what is that dark shape in the corner?
Dorothy? Are you okay?
Fred, I think the Carsons have a very serious problem.
Doorway to Nightmare has been brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The Doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Have you ever visited an art gallery? The paintings and sculptures of past masters and up-and-coming artists can be quite exhilarating. It gives you a chance to reflect on the beauty of the world through the eyes of another.
I think he ducked down the alley, boss.
Well, don't just stand there. Find him. He couldn't have gotten far.
I think I got him in the shoulder.
Then we need to make sure, don't we? Come on, go find him, and make damn sure he is dead.
It won't get me. I'm smarter. It won't get me here. In here. Stay in here. They won't find me in here. I can wait them out. It won't get me.
Excuse me?
Yeah? Who are you?
We are closed on Monday, sir. If you wish to come back tomorrow...
Shut up! Now who are you?
Sir, I can assure you that there is no need for a gun. All of our transactions are done by computer only. There is no money on the premises.
I don't care about your money.
Oh my, sir. It appears that you have had an accident.
I guess you could call it that.
I know I saw him come this way.
Then find him.
It appears that you are in need of some assistance, sir.
Yeah. Is it that obvious?
May I suggest that you step away from the door?
Yeah, good idea. And lock it.
sometimes I forget to do just that.
So, what's your name?
Dahlia. Miss Dahlia Salvador.
Nice name. It suits you.
In what way?
Well, it's beautiful. Just like you. So, what is this place?
What does it look like?
Some kind of artsy museum?
An art gallery, yes.
Never did like these places. They always gave me the creeps.
Really? Why would a place that displays the beauty of the world give you the, creeps?
I don't know. I always felt that the people in the pictures were looking right at me. You know, like they were alive or something.
You should give it a chance, Augie.
Wait, hey, how did you know my name?
Oh, I know everything about you, August Vitelli.
Like what?
You have been very naughty, haven't you?
Then you should know that I'm not someone you should be messing with.
The great artist Picasso once commented, "The purpose of art is washing the dust off of our souls." It seems that August Vitelli has a lot of dirt on his. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. August Vitelli, on the run from 2 assassins, has found his way into a most unique gallery. His hostess seems to know quite a lot about him, and he wonders how.
Oh, I read the newspapers, see the news reports about your so-called exploits.
Then you should know that I'm not someone you should be messing with.
Believe me, Augie, I have no intention of messing with you. Perhaps you would like a tour of my establishment.
Sure, why not? Say, why are you here anyways? I thought you said you were closed on Mondays.
Close to the general public, yes. I choose to do my work when the gallery is quiet and peaceful.
And what sort of work do you do?
Besides being the owner and curator of this gallery, I am also an artist.
Oh yeah? Any of your stuff hanging in here?
All of my stuff is here. Would you care to explore?
Okay, lead on.
Now this one may interest you, Augie. I acquired it about 6 months ago.
It's hideous.
What do you see, Augie?
It looks like some sort of a monster or demon about to devour someone.
Oh, Mr. Vitelli, you should look past the horror. See the beauty inside of the painting itself.
Beauty? In that? It's like something out of a nightmare.
Look closer, Augie. Look deep within the canvas.
Hey, what is that?
What do you see?
I didn't notice it until that man, the one that the monster is eating. It looks like...
Yes, Mr. Vitelli.
I swear it looks like Bruno.
Bruno?
Yeah, Bruno Corello. He had a contract on him about 6 months ago. Everybody thought that he'd been, well, you know. No one ever took the credit. Weird.
Follow me. Allow me to show you a few others, Mr. Vitelli.
Now what sort of place is this?
I've told you. A simple art gallery.
There is nothing simple about this place. Every painting, every sculpture that you have, it's something grotesque.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, Augie. If you choose to see horror, then that is what you will see.
No, that's not what I mean. In every one of them, there is someone that I know or knew.
Simply models who have posed for the artist. That's all.
Yeah, but all of those people disappeared. Now how do you explain that?
Mr. Vitelli, I am only an artist who happens to own an art gallery. It is true that I deal in the more macabre aspect of the world.
No. There's something really screwy about this place.
You have quite the imagination. Perhaps you should be an artist. I was noticing your clothes, Mr. Vitelli.
What about my clothes?
It's a rather dapper suit. I especially love the violet handkerchief you have so neatly folded in your breast pocket.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, it is a rather soothing color, don't you think?
Hey, where are you going?
Continuing the tour, of course. I have many paintings and sculptures to show you.
I'm not interested in your paintings and sculptures. I think that I need to be leaving.
Of course, Mr. Vitelli. Anytime.
Well, there is a slight problem.
Yes, Augie, there is.
I think that you know just a little bit too much about me.
And you have a solution?
Yes, I believe I do. What's back there?
Oh, just my studio. Would you like to see it?
Private?
Very private.
Then it will be the perfect place to hide your body.
Augie points the gun at Dahlia and leads her towards the studio in the back of the gallery. Dahlia walks with confidence, as if she does not have a care in the world, which puzzles August Vitelli. Perhaps you can figure the puzzle out when I return with Act 3, shortly. Art, in itself, is an attempt to bring order out of chaos, according to songwriter Stephen Sondheim. It seems that chaos has entered the gallery of Dahlia Salvatore.
Now, say, what is this?
This is my studio, where I create the works that you have already seen.
You got nothing here. Only that black canvas in the middle of the room. No paints, no brushes, nothing.
I am an artist, Mr. Vitelli. I use whatever materials that I find to bring order to the chaos. That is what art is all about.
Look, lady, I don't care. In a second, I'm going to get out of here, and you... well, let's just say that your paintings will increase in value, since you'll be dead.
I really do like the color of your tie, Augie. I think it will go well in my next painting.
Oh, will you shut up?
Yes, I believe that I will put you in a tree, in the middle of a green field. The contrast of your tie will be wonderful.
Yeah, you asked for it.
Oh, yes, Mr. August Vitelli. A great contrast.
I shot you. I shot you. Why aren't you dead?
Yes, you will be a great addition to my gallery, Mr. Vitelli.
Hey, what's going on? I can't move.
Just stare into the canvas, Augie. Isn't it beautiful? You'll be so lovely in the tree, the green field, the pop of that violet. Oh, yes! It will be over very soon.
No, the canvas, no. It's moving. It's coming towards me. What's happening? What is happening?
He had to have come in here, boss. It's the only place we haven't looked.
Now why would he come in here?
Gentlemen, I'm sorry, but we're closed at the moment.
Oh, excuse us. We didn't know.
We will be open tomorrow if you would care to come by.
Actually, we were looking for a friend.
Yeah, a friend. We thought he might have come in here.
I can assure you that no one has came in here tonight.
Then you don't mind us looking around, do you?
Well, if you would help me hang this painting, I suppose I could give you a private tour.
Look, lady, we
would be glad to help you, Miss
Salvatore. Dahlia Salvatore. And I would like to display this one right here by the door.
Of course, Miss Salvatore.
It's heavier than it looks.
Yes, right there. Thank you, Anthony.
Have we met before?
I don't think so.
Hey, boss, this painting.
What about it?
Well, look at it. See?
All I see is a big tree with a guy.
It's a guy hanging from a rope.
What? No. That's just sick.
That's not what I mean. Look at the guy.
What about him?
Don't you recognize the suit? That purple handkerchief?
Hey, you know what? You're right. Miss Salvatore, where did you get this painting?
I acquired it a few minutes ago. I call it Augustus. And I must say, it is so refreshing to see two men wearing ties. It's seldom seen today. Oh, I love the color. That crimson with the dark specks.
Hey, boss. Something isn't right here.
I wonder, would you two gentlemen help me in the back? I have two other paintings that I would like to hang tonight.
Dahlia smiles a devilish grin. She leads Mac and Tony through her gallery, her collection of odd paintings and sculptures, to the studio in the back. And I shall return shortly. If you happen to find yourself walking down a street and you see a gallery offering visitors a rare chance to view paintings and sculptures of a macabre nature, my advice would be to keep on walking, especially if it happens to be on a Monday. Our cast included Raven Adams, Crimson McKenzie, Jonathan Rosenall, and William Stafford. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Oh, Bobby, I miss you so much. I don't know how I'm going to go on.
I'm here, Marge.
Bobby? Is that really you?
Yes, my love. I'm really here.
What am I gonna do without you? I'm so lost.
I understand.
Tell me, are you happy where you are?
I really wish that you had not asked me that.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Permit me to introduce Victor Clemens, a rather average-looking man who had the good fortune of marrying a very beautiful woman. Unfortunately, he suffers from an affliction that can sometimes be fatal, the disease of jealousy.
I had no business being with Isabella. I was not handsome by any means. I was comfortable, not well off, but comfortable nevertheless. I would often ask her while we were dating what it was about me that she would consider taking me as a husband.
Oh, Victor, why does any woman want a man? I fell in love with you. There is no rhyme or reason. I just know that you captured my heart. Can't you simply live with that?
And so we were married. And it was a happy marriage. However, I found myself brooding more and more. I questioned everywhere that she went. I wanted to know who she saw, what she was doing at all times.
Victor, jealousy does not become you.
Do you deny it?
I have nothing to deny. If you cannot see that I love you, and only you, then we have nothing more to discuss.
No, but I could not let it go. I began to follow her around, watching her constantly. I slept little, and I began to lose weight due to lack of eating. And then I began to drink. All of the time.
Victor, why must you drink so much?
Because it makes me feel better. Feel better.
When you feel better, perhaps you should get some rest.
Rest? Since when do you think that I've had any rest?
Oh, Victor, what's happened to us?
I don't know. I wouldn't blame you if you left me tonight.
I promise to be with you until death do us part. I always keep my promises.
For a few months, we were happy again. I stopped drinking and was beginning to feel like my old self. Until Peter Van Doren came into our life. Excuse me, a soda, please.
A soda? Did I hear that correctly? You ordered a soda at the bar?
And what business is it of yours?
Oh, please, forgive me, I meant no offense. I just find it rather strange that someone would come into a bar just to order a soda.
Oh, well, I stopped drinking some time ago.
Now that is a crime. Never trust a man who doesn't drink. Are you trustworthy, sir?
Well, drinking has nothing to do with it.
Then please let me buy you something.
No, really, I don't...
Hey, Joe, pour this gentleman a glass of wine, or burgundy, perhaps?
I really don't need it.
Oh, come on. It's just a glass of wine. Let me introduce myself. My name is Peter Van Doren. I just so happen to own this establishment.
Victor Clemens.
Well now, Victor, a toast to new friendships.
Well, it is quite good wine.
Only the best for my friends.
Show me the way to go home. I'm tired and I want to go to bed. I had a little drink about an hour ago. and it's gone right to my head.
Steady there. Let me knock on the door.
Oh, Victor, not again.
Oh, hello, my beautiful wife. You must forgive me. My friend here has had a little too much wine. I was helping him home, right, friend? Now, let me introduce. What was your name again?
Good evening, dear lady. I'm Peter Van Doren.
Isabella Clemens.
Charmed.
Isn't he charming, Isabella? Oh, pardon me. I don't feel so well.
Let's get him to bed. Would you care for something, Mr. Van Doren?
Won't you call me Peter?
All right, Peter. Would you like something?
Has he always been this way?
No. There was a time when we were quite happy.
Well, seeing him and seeing you. How did you ever marry him?
Would you believe me if I told you that I was in love with him?
No.
Believe what you like.
But he's a toad. And a drunken one at that.
I believe that I shall have to ask you to leave.
No, I don't think so.
What are you doing? Take your hands off of me.
You need a real man.
How dare you!
Oh, I dare to do it again.
Oh, Peter.
Oh, Isabella. How could you?
It seems that Mr. Clemens was not as passed out as he appeared, and now he knows that his wife is not the devoted spouse that she appears to be. What goes through a man's mind when his heart is being ripped to shreds? Perhaps the answer lies within Act 2. It has been 6 months since Peter Van Doren began to see the Clemens. There were dinners, the theater, and much drinking. And of course, Isabella was delighted to find such a proper gentleman.
A proper gentleman? No, there was nothing proper about Mr. Van Doren. I had seen them together that very first night. Isabella made excuses for going out, always making sure that I had something to drink before leaving. And I confess I found solace in the bottle until the night that a seed of a plan entered my brain. It coiled its way around my head, and when it fully grew, I laughed at the sheer deviousness of it.
Well, Victor, it's been a long time.
Come in, Peter, come in. Let me get you something.
And where, perchance, is the lovely Mrs. Clemens?
Isabella? Oh, she's visiting her family this weekend. So I thought that, well, it has been such a long time since you and I have had the chance to talk.
You know that you're always welcome down at the pub.
Oh, I know, but I thought perhaps a more private meeting is in order. I'm so happy that you could come out tonight.
Well, my business does keep me quite busy during the daylight hours.
Oh, I'm sure that it does. Now here, try this nice claret.
Very good. You have an excellent cellar.
Oh, you have seen my collection of wine?
Well, not personally. I was told by your lovely wife about your penchant for collecting only the best of wine.
Well, I thank you for that. Here, have another glass.
Oh, I really shouldn't, but if you insist.
Oh, but I do insist.
To your long life.
I have a better chance of that than you do.
Pardon?
Oh, just musing, talking to myself. I tend to do that.
A very good wine. but I feel as if...
Just can't hold your wine? Well, I shall take good care of you.
What is going on?
Oh, so, you're finally awake. I thought I might have overdosed you. Didn't want you to sleep through the whole thing.
Chains? Why am I chained?
Oh, well, I don't want you to get away, do I?
What are you doing, Victor?
Well, what does it look like I'm doing? I'm walling you up?
But why?
You mean you really don't know? I'm murdering you. And you don't know why?
I must know.
What kind of a friend are you, anyway? Makes love to my wife, then doesn't even talk to me.
You have no idea what I could do. I promise you, Victor, you will regret this.
The one thing that I will not regret is watching you take your last breath.
Victor, you seem distant tonight. Is there something wrong?
No, not with me, Isabella. Is there anything wrong with you, my dear?
No. I wonder what has happened to Peter.
Who?
Mr. Van der Ren. I wonder why he hasn't come around.
Perhaps he never left.
What do you mean by that, Victor? He never left? And why do you spend so much time in the cellar? You just stare at this wall for hours. I've seen you do it. What could be so interesting about a wall that fascinates you so? A loose brick. Now we can see. Oh my God!
Isabella.
Peter, you're still alive?
Barry, I need something.
I'll get this wall down and let you out.
No, don't do that. Not yet. I need something now. I barely have any strength left.
What can I do?
Make the hole a bit bigger, so that you can come to me.
Yes, my love.
Now make sure that you can put them back, so that Victor doesn't notice them.
But why?
Isabella, do you truly love me?
Yes, I truly do.
Then come in further, and kiss me.
Isabella crawls through the small gaping hole that she has made. She removes the chains from Peter as he wraps his arms around her, his open mouth moving closer to her lips and neck. We shall move closer to Act 3 shortly. I cannot think of a greater fear than being buried alive. The torture of trying to claw and escape, each breath possibly being your last. Perhaps Peter had these same thoughts until he saw Isabella.
Isabella was correct. I would spend hours staring at that wall where Peter Van Doren was chained. I wondered how long it would take for him to die. Had it been quick? Perhaps his heart gave out from sheer fright. Or had it been a slow and painful suffocation? I laughed at the thought of his demise. But then I saw it. It was almost hidden from view. One of the bricks was loose. Had Peter somehow found a way to survive? Not without help. That was for sure. Now, what were you doing in the cellar?
Was I in the cellar?
Yes, my dear, you were.
I hadn't noticed.
Is there something down there that fascinates you? Perhaps something about the wall?
No, I don't think so.
Well, you have been going down there every night for the past 3 days. You really should get outside. You're growing very pale. I sincerely hope that you are not sick.
No, I don't feel sick.
Well, that's good. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. Isabella, what are you doing?
It's 10 o'clock. I must go down.
But why? There is nothing, and no one down there.
I must go.
So, my dear, loving wife, you must go down there. Perhaps you have found your dead lover and wish to be with him. Even in death, you have to be near him. Well, I can fix it so that you will always be near him. Permanently. Isabella, are you down here? I have a surprise for you.
I'm over here, Vincent.
What are you doing? Oh, I see. You've torn down the wall. My, Peter looks very well for a dead man.
Who says that I'm dead?
What? No, that's impossible. Unless... Oh, yes, of course. My wife must have been feeding you, keeping you alive.
In a manner of speaking, she was helping me feed. You see, it wasn't food that I needed, Vincent, but blood. Human blood.
What are you talking about?
He didn't want to take me before. He fell in love with me, and I with him. He wanted me to make the choice. You, dear husband, made the choice for both of us.
I don't understand.
I told you that you would come to regret your actions. A vampire can survive for quite some time, but without blood, he's doomed. Isabella saved me. Now, she needs something to sustain herself.
No.
Come to me, Vincent. Come to me, my dear husband.
No.
Come to me.
Isabella smiles, her fangs extended. Peter smiles as she buries her teeth into Victor's neck, his blood flowing into her open, hungry mouth. I shall return shortly. Isabella and Peter feasted on the blood of Victor before sealing him up inside the wall. As far as I know, no one has ever found him. And remember the old legend? Those who feel the vampire's bite cannot come out into the light. I wonder how Victor is faring in the cellar. He must be very hungry. Our cast included Brenna Faith, Ezra J.D. Emmons, and Winslow Swan. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan, and the story was edited by Crimson McKenzie. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I swear that I saw something over there in the corner. Did you see it?
Elizabeth, it's only a shadow. Nothing more or less. The moonlight simply shining on that old bookcase and making a rather weird shadow on the wall.
No, Jason. I saw something moving in there. And I think it saw me.
Oh, maybe it was a spider, or perhaps a mouse.
No, the shape was larger than that. And when it looked at me, I felt sick inside, like it was something evil.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. The art of telling a story can be quite easy for most people. For others, writing a story on paper is actually simpler than voicing it. However, there is no greater hell for a writer when they are faced with that terrifying affliction known as writer's block.
Swan? I thought we weren't recording until tomorrow.
Do you mind if I come in?
Of course. Can I get you something to drink? I think I have some soda in the...
You got anything stronger?
Swan? Are you serious?
Very.
No, I know it's bad.
A double shot of anything.
Wow. This must be serious. Or is it a blue moon?
I can't do it.
Do what?
It just won't come. I've been trying for almost 2 weeks now, and nothing.
Okay. Just slow down. Tell me, what the heck's going on?
Look, when we started this whole thing, I was really happy. I couldn't believe that we actually did it. But now...
Yeah, but I still don't know...
I'm dried up. I haven't had one single solitary idea in almost 2 weeks.
You're cute, kid. You're cute.
Oh, no, this is very serious. I mean, what if this is it?
Oh, Swan, you actually have me worried. I really thought that there was something deadly going on.
Crimson, look, if it had not been for you, this whole audio play thing would never have gotten off the ground. Remember?
Yeah, I remember.
You told me, go home, write a play.
Yes, and you did. And you brought me the script the very next day. The next day. And then, if that weren't enough, you just kept hammering them out.
Well, not anymore. It's been too long. I feel like I'm dried up.
You are not dried up. You just need... I think I have an idea.
Anything is better than what I'm coming up with.
You just need a change of scenery. Get away from everything, and I think I know exactly where to go. How you feeling?
A little better. Thank you.
My pleasure. Everyone needs a change of scenery every once in a while.
Any idea where we're going?
Yes! No. but I think it's this way. We are going to the most haunted places we can find. I've got a map and a list of places. Besides, we're way ahead of the shows and we can afford to take a little break. We need it. You need it.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. So, what's our first stop?
Well, unless you want to walk, our first destination is a gas station. Then, perhaps we can get our grub on.
If I haven't said it yet, thank you for this. Heck, thank you for everything that you do.
That's what friends are for, hon.
I mean, between the acting, the editing, and co-writing, and writing your own script, well, I just can't thank you enough.
Aw, ditto. And you are most welcome.
Hey, did you see that?
What?
Well, that sign. Something about the most haunted place in the world.
Durr! Why, you think I told you to come this way? Just watch for the signs on the left. I've always wanted to come here. I'm so excited!
So we're really going to do this?
That, my dear swan, is why we came. Wow! This road goes on forever!
There's a small shack up ahead. Maybe that's where you get tickets for whatever this is.
Turn back. Don't go in. Your very lives depend on it.
Oh, wow. He's great at this.
Sorry, folks. Part of the act.
How much to get in?
Well, we close at sunset. About an hour from now.
I'm sure that'll give us plenty of time.
$5 then. But listen, seriously. Make sure you're out of here before sunset.
Okay. I'll play along. Why before sunset?
There's evil here. It's always been here. And watch out for Josie.
Maybe this isn't such a good idea.
It's just part of the act. You folks enjoy yourselves. Just remember what I said about being out before sunset. It's important that you do that.
A veiled warning would tell me that perhaps moving onward may not be the wisest course of action. But really, we're only talking about a roadside attraction that must have been created for tourists. Aren't we? I'll be back with Act 2. The small roadside carnival. The out-of-the-way gas station with diner attached. The seemingly empty rest stop. All of these can be foreboding, creepy places. But to be warned about one should be taken seriously.
So do we just keep driving, or what is this?
And maybe just around this bend.
What the hell is that?
Just a monster of some kind. It was no big deal.
That is the creepiest thing that I've ever seen.
Hey, look up ahead. That must be the haunted house.
Okay, I take it back. That is the creepiest thing that I've ever seen.
Well, what do you want to do first? They have some rides over there.
Oh, look! They have some tables set up. Let's go take a look. I'll park the car here. Come on! Look at this!
What is it?
Well, look!
Yeah, it looks like jewelry to me.
Oh, okay. Yes, but, now that I'm looking, I don't think it's exactly sanitary. Earrings, nose rings, tongue studs, but none of them are packaged. Ew.
That's weird. There's no prices on anything either.
Let's just walk the path and see where it takes us.
Sounds good to me. Hey, it's almost sunset. You heard what the man said.
You don't really think he was serious, do you?
I don't know. I'm just getting a feeling.
Oh, what's that building over there?
Where? Oh, you mean the one with the security tape across the doors and windows?
Yes, that one.
Well, apparently something they don't want people to go into.
But look, don't you see it?
Well, now what do you see?
It's a silver holographic backpack. So beautiful. I've got to have it.
We are not stealing a backpack.
I'm not going to steal it. I'll pay for it, obviously.
Yeah, well, first you have to get it.
Exactly. Just be my lookout, okay?
Fine, but be careful.
I can almost reach it. Damn! I'm going to have to go under the tape. Let me know if anyone comes.
Just hurry up.
Okay, I got it. Ow!
Crimson, what is it?
Hi, you came to play with me.
What the? She's trying to take it away. She won't let it go. Swan, help me.
Who?
Swan!
What are you talking about?
It hurts. She's grabbing my wrist.
Just let it go. We're not supposed to be in here anyway.
Swan!
Crimson, where are you? Where did you go?
I'm so happy you came to play with me.
Excuse me, sir. You!
What are you doing here?
My friend, she's gone.
Well, she's smart. You should be going too.
No, you don't understand. I mean, she's just gone, like vanished.
Where'd this happen at?
Well, honestly, to the right of the kiosk. Look, I know it was roped off. She saw a backpack. She was going to pay for it, and now she's gone.
Come on. We don't have much time.
What do you mean?
It's Josephine. I just hope we get to your friend in time.
Where am I? Swan!
Hello, pretty lady.
Hi?
What's your name?
I'm Crimson. You?
My name is Josie.
That's a very pretty name.
Will you play a game with me?
Why is it so dark in here? Where are your parents, honey?
Play a game with me. I'll play a game with you, Josie. No, Sam, I want her to play a game with me.
Okay, what do you want to play?
Hide and seek. I'll hide, and you try to find me. I love that game. I want to hide next. No, Sam, I'm playing with Crimson. You never play with me.
I don't think that's a very good game to play here. You might get lost. It's so dark.
I won't get lost. You might get lost.
That's probably true. Why don't we play... Hey! That backpack!
Do you like it? I got it yesterday. Now let's play hide and seek. You find me.
Josie! Wait! Where did she go? Josie! Where are you, hon?
Come and find me.
Oh, no. This isn't creepy at all. How the hell do I get out of here?
See anything?
No, nothing yet. What's going on?
I warned you about being out here after sunset. Come on.
Look, we've looked everywhere.
One more place. I just hope that this works.
Nietzsche once said, when you look long into an abyss, the abyss looks into you. Has Crimson looked too long into an unknown world? You look into Act 3 when I return shortly. Crimson and Swan have found a small roadside carnival that features the most haunted house in America. And now, Crimson has disappeared.
What is going on? Where's Swan? Why do things look so different? There's the kiosk, but it's on the opposite side. Why is everything flipped upside down and backwards? Why does everything look different?
You didn't look for me.
Oh, Josie! I was looking for you. I told you that you might get lost.
I never get lost. You got lost.
What do you mean?
Play a game.
We already did that. I need to find my friend and...
Play a game with me!
I really can't, Josie. I need to get back on the road.
You have to play a game. You have to play a game for all time to get back to your time.
Back here, in the stable.
Where are we going?
Not we, just you. Go through and find your friend. I'll wait here and lead you back. Find her quick. You don't have much time.
Now look, I don't have time to...
You only have time. All time. You have to stay and play.
Crimson!
Swan?
Crimson, come on! We've got to go!
No! She can't leave!
Come on, Crimson. I'll buy the stable.
No! She has to stay. She has no choice now. Let them go, Joseph! Whoa!
What is happening?
I don't know. Just run.
This way. Hurry.
No!
Would someone please tell me what's going on?
Here. Take a look at this.
Swan, look at this. Josephine Darren. That must be the little girl I saw.
Yes, ma'am. That was Josie.
This isn't even writing. Only a bunch of weird symbols.
Wait. What's that say?
It's the only thing that is written. It says the carnival came to town. What does that mean?
All I can tell you is what my grandfather told me. This land is cursed. I don't really know who Josephine Darren was, but I do know that she lures people to wherever or whenever she is. Quite a few people have disappeared from here.
And you almost became one of them. Well, let's get out of here.
Let me go open the gate for you.
Swan, look. Over there.
Oh, come on, Crimson. Let's go.
It's that backpack. I have to have it.
Crimson, no, don't!
I want it. I need
it! Won't you play a game with me?
It has been said that time heals all wounds. The wounds remain. In time, the mind, protecting its sanity, covers them with scar tissue, and the pain lessens. But it is never gone. So said Rose Kennedy. Consider that some wounds transcend time and space. I'll be back shortly. You will be happy to know that Swan and Crimson are headed home with a renewed inspiration to bring you, the listener, more terrifying nightmares. See you soon. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, William Stafford, and introducing Isabella Woogie and Prince Titan. The story was written by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The Doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. The lost city of Atlantis. A place that no one in our time has ever seen. Oh, it has been written about in song, in books, and in movies. And it has not stopped James Reynolds from devoting his life to finding it.
Ah, James, so good to see you.
It has been a long time, Ernest. Glad you could come.
Well, you sounded so urgent on the telephone.
That's because it is urgent.
I'm all ears, James.
You know the research that I've been working on, right?
Oh, now, wait a minute. You called me all the way up here to talk about Atlantis. Come on, James, it's only a myth.
And I have found it.
How? You never leave this place, at least as far as I know. How could you have possibly found the lost city of Atlantis?
You're right, Ernest. I have devoted the last 20 years of my life to finding it. I've collected every scrap I could on the subject. And now, I really think that I've found it.
James, this obsession of yours.
Yes! An obsession! Imagine it, Ernest. The secrets that are held there. The things we could discover for all mankind.
Whoa, wait a second, buddy. What do you mean by we?
I've already put together an expedition. I need an experienced diver. Naturally, you were the first person that I thought of.
Naturally. So, tell me, how many people are on this expedition to the land of Oz?
Just you and me. I'm not trusting my find to anyone.
But what exactly have you found?
This.
It's just an old book.
Acquired at an estate sale by my agent. A first edition printing of the Rime of the Ancient Mariner.
How appropriate.
It was what I found inside the pages that interested me. Do you see?
Looks like a map of the ocean, but I don't recognize it.
I didn't either at first. But then, with a little research and fact-checking, I was able to discover the location.
And you believe it to be the lost city. James, there must be hundreds of maps like that sold to tourists every year.
So, you're not interested?
Well, I didn't say that.
Then you will come.
Only to be there for you when your discovery turns out to be nothing.
Here we are. Drop the anchor.
We must be miles away from any shoreline.
At least we have calm seas. Want to get suited up?
Yeah. Now, look, James, I can only stay down there for about 20 minutes.
Just long enough to take some pictures. I'll be on the comm link with you.
Yeah. What would I do without your voice in my head? Visibility is great. I'm taking a few pics of the sea life down here for the university.
Just don't mess around. You've only got about 10 minutes left.
Oh, don't worry. I'm keeping an eye on it.
Tyler, what do you see?
There seems to be some sort of tower formation just ahead.
Get pictures!
I am. Please. It goes down into a crevice.
Can you get down there?
Not with this equipment. We will need deep diving suits.
Damn it. Okay, come on back up and let's see those pictures.
On my way. Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
It's some sort of a light? It's coming from the tower.
Tyler, get out of there!
What is that? No. It can't be. It can't. No.
Ernest, you okay, buddy?
No, I'm okay, James. But how did I get on the boat?
It sounded like you were choking, and then your radio went dead. I was just getting ready to dive in when you came up.
No, that's not what happened. There was something down there. Something down there that grabbed me.
Octopus? Shark?
No, nothing like any sea creature that I'm familiar with. It was metallic, with arms grabbing at me.
Out of all the places that humans have explored, the sea still holds many secrets yet to be discovered. But the question remains, were they meant to be found? We'll find out shortly with Act 2. Someone once said that the sound and smell of the sea cleanses the soul. It is what lies underneath the ocean waves that can be terrifying.
Are you sure this thing is going to work?
Of course not. It was made by the Army Corps of Engineers.
Just exactly what is this thing?
A deep sea diver, without someone inside. Basically a remote-controlled submarine. The cameras are equipped with infrared film, as well as a spectroscope.
How far down will it go?
Well, it's been tested, but not put to the limit.
But what if that crevice is too deep?
Then I guess we'll find out.
Is that the tower you saw?
That's it.
Oh, I've never seen any markings like that.
Going around it, I'm not sure what that light was, and I hope I don't see it again.
If this is the Lost City, perhaps it was some sort of defense mechanism.
The sub is right at the edge. I'm turning on the lights and heading down.
Just take it slow. We need to get as many pictures as possible.
Camera's on automatic. We're taking pictures every 5 seconds.
Look at that!
Yeah, I see it. I don't believe it.
The lost city of Atlantis! Look at these pictures!
I see them. I never would have believed it.
Oh, I believe it. That entire structure is solid gold, according to all of our instruments.
Just a small chunk of it would pay for the equipment and manpower to get the rest of it.
Is it possible for the sub to retrieve some now?
I think so. Let me maneuver it around. It's beautiful.
It's almost 3 pounds of pure gold.
In today's market, that's close to, $70,000? A couple of more dives. We could both be millionaires.
Is it very hard to operate that sub?
Have you ever played a video game? There's really nothing to it. My 8-year-old nephew piloted the thing last summer.
So, anyone could do it?
Yeah, I suppose so.
That's all I wanted to know.
James, what are you doing? Put the gun down. I'll be missed. They will ask questions.
Very tragically, you drowned while making a dive. Of course, your body will never be found.
James, oh, please don't. You won't get away with it. I'll find you.
I only believed in Atlantis, not in ghosts. At least you had the decency to be standing by the railing, saved me the trouble of throwing you overboard and mopping up all your blood.
So you really found it?
Yes, Gail, I really found it.
What was it like?
Wonderful. Everything that I could have dreamed of and more.
Imagine! The lost city of Atlantis. Are you going back?
Unfortunately, no, I will never go back.
But why not? Seems to me you would want to explore the entire city.
My best friend, Ernest Tyler, a very experienced diver, lost his life there.
How dreadful.
Yes, it was a terrible accident. So I vowed never to return.
Is that why you live here? In the desert, I mean.
Yes, it is. Even the sound of the ocean fills me with sadness. I found this place 6 months ago.
It's a wonderful house, James.
I'm very glad that you like it.
What is it?
Don't you hear that?
Hear what?
That water dripping somewhere in the house.
I don't hear anything. Now come on. You promised me a fabulous dinner tonight. What a great meal. I've never had lobster before.
Yes, it was quite nice. The wine could have been a little better.
Oh, stop. I'm going to fix us some coffee. And then we can discuss what to do with the rest of our evening.
Gail, did you leave the water running somewhere?
I don't hear anything.
It sounds like it's coming from the bathroom. I'll have a look. You go ahead and make coffee. I was sure that I heard water running in here.
I warned you, James. I told you that I would find you.
Ernest? Is that really you?
Yes. You moved away from the ocean. There is water everywhere.
The author Sylvia Earle once wrote, "With every drop of water you drink, every breath you take, you are connected to the sea, no matter where on earth you live." I'll be back shortly with our final act. Many people have been pulled by the sea and its wonders, both above and below. James Reynolds now has a fear of it.
My God, James, you look awful.
Don't you hear it?
Hear what?
The constant dripping of water.
But I've checked the entire house. There is no water running. And just look at you. When was the last time you had a bath?
I can't go near the shower. I don't dare try to take a bath.
Here, drink this. It will help.
A glass of water? Are you insane?
No, James. But I think that you must be.
Don't you understand?
No, I don't. Just tell me, darling.
It's Ernest. He's come back to...
Are you talking about Ernest Tyler? The diver who drowned?
Yes, yes.
Tell me the truth, James. Did he really drown?
He's in the water, which means he's everywhere. No matter where I go.
James, you're frightening me.
No matter where I live, he can find me. There, do you hear it?
James, I don't hear anything.
I warned you, James. And now, it is time for you to join me. Deep below the ocean.
Tyler, what are you talking about?
That light that I saw, it wasn't a defense. It was them. They saved me once. They took me in. Now, they want you.
Tyler, no!
They want you.
James, you're not well. Let me take you.
No, Tyler, get away. Get away from...
James!
What kind of a case did you bring me?
James Reynolds, some kind of researcher. Moved here about 6 months ago. His girlfriend said that he just dropped dead, right in front of her.
How curious. Where was the body found?
In the living room. Why do you ask?
Are you sure that he wasn't in a pool, or perhaps the bathtub?
According to the girlfriend, he was in the living room. There was no sign that he was moved.
Then we have a bit of a mystery on our hands.
What do you mean?
The body that is lying on the slab in there drowned. His lungs were full of salt water, and I will swear that he's been underwater for at least 6 months.
Officially, the death of James Reynolds was listed as heart failure due to shock. The unofficial version that the doctor swore by was drowning. I leave it up to you to decide which is more plausible. Think about it until I return shortly. For whatever we lose, like a you or a me, it is always ourself we find in the sea. A quote by E. Cummings, and I think appropriate to our story. The oceans hold many tales that perhaps one day will be told. In the meantime, let the sea hold its secrets for a little while longer. Our cast included Dave Arkhipov, Raven Adams, Crimson McKenzie, Will Dorman, and William Stafford. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
And how are we feeling tonight, Mr. Carpenter?
What am I doing here?
Oh, you're going to be fine. I just have to take a little blood.
Was I in an accident?
Now, don't you worry. Everything is going to be fine. You will be out of here in no time.
But where am I?
Why, the hospital, of course.
But why am I in the hospital?
Now, don't you fret over it. I'm sure that you will be, well, taken care of.
Doorway to Nightmare was brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. They say that there are only two guarantees in life, death and taxes. And while there are those who manage to avoid the latter, no one has ever avoided that dark angel.
Mr. Ravenscroft?
You must be Leah Crawley.
Yes, you called for my services.
Please, come in.
Thank you. You have quite an impressive home, Mr. Ravenscroft.
Please, call me Ken. Yes, most impressive, imposing, and empty.
I am so sorry for your loss.
Thank you, Miss Crawley. Amber was my life. She was everything that I ever needed.
How long has it been since her passing?
This Friday, it will have been exactly 20 years.
20 years? You have been grieving all this time? You poor man.
No, Miss Crawley, not grieving. I've been preparing.
I don't understand, Mr. Ravens. I mean, Ken. Preparing for what?
For Amber's return, of course.
Her return? Oh, yes. Her spirit coming to you from beyond.
No, Miss Crawley. I've been preparing for the last 20 years for the return of my wife, Amber.
But that is not what happens, Ken.
This Friday night at 11:13, the very minute that she passed away, she will return.
Where are we going?
To her final resting place. Temporarily.
Oh my God. You have buried her on the property?
Of course not. Her beauty could never be buried in the cold, ugly ground. I had this mausoleum built special for Amber. Her body has been perfectly preserved.
So, what would you like for me to do?
Miss Crawley, I've checked into your work. You are the most honest, sincere medium that I have ever come across.
How many spiritualists have you consulted?
Several, Miss Crawley. I'm sure that you will find the majority of spiritualists, as you call them, are nothing more than magicians with a fancy bag of tricks. You, on the other hand, are not.
I like to think of myself as a conduit to the spirit world.
Now, don't be modest. I've read the accounts of your extraordinary abilities.
So, why did you seek me out?
Because, Miss Crawley, you are real. You do not seek publicity. You work out of your home. You do not advertise. People come to you as I'm coming to you now.
I appreciate that. Why don't we go back into the house and perhaps, just perhaps, I will be able to communicate with your wife?
Yes, that is exactly what I want you to do.
Spirits, we call upon you to reach out to us. Gather your forces together. We are here to contact Amber Ravenscroft. Seek her. Bring her to us. Why have you disturbed my slumber? We are seeking the spirit of Amber Ravenscroft. Her husband needs desperately to speak with her. The veil cannot be broken. She is at peace and wishes him a good life. My time is short and I must leave. We thank you for the message of hope and peace. Love and light be with you.
Very impressive, Miss Crawley. How much was that brief encounter.
Oh, I never ask for money, Mr. Ravenscroft. If you feel the need to donate, I will...
Of course. Will this be enough for your time?
Oh, Mr. Ravenscroft, this is more than enough. Thank you.
So you will be here Friday night?
Well, I'm not sure.
It will be well worth your time.
Please, Ken. I'd rather not discuss any...
Half my fortune.
Beg your pardon?
Half of everything that I have, if you will just come back Friday night and bring Amber to me.
Death leaves a heartache no one can heal. Love leaves a memory that no one can steal. And while they say that love can conquer all, it has yet to conquer the cold grave. I'll return shortly with Act 2. There have been many people who claim to be in touch with the spirit world. Some of them famous, others working out of small homes or apartments. It is a subject that many have an opinion about, but very few have had an actual encounter with.
So, how did it go? Another one of your $50 guppies?
No way, George. This is a big one. A great big fat whale.
Really? So how much is this whale gonna spout out?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
So what happened?
Oh, you know, the usual. I went into my trance and found out through my spirit guide that Mr. Ravenscroft is wanting to get in touch with his wife from the great beyond. It's been 20 years since she died, and now he's been having trouble sleeping thinking about her.
Aha! So all that information I got from the local pharmacist paid off.
What information was that?
You know damn well what information. How Ravencroft was trying to get sleeping pills without a prescription.
That would have been very, very useful to me. Why didn't you tell me that?
I did tell you that.
No, you always think that you told me things. I have to go through heaven and hell with my spirit guide to find things out.
Spirit guide my ass. It's me. It's always me.
Regardless, Mr. Ravenscroft has convinced himself that I will be able to bring his poor departed wife back this Friday. And he is willing to pay handsomely.
Well, come on. How much?
Half of his entire estate.
Half? Of everything?
That's right.
Dollars?
Yes, George. Good old-fashioned cash.
Now, wait a minute. Did you say this Friday?
Yes, this Friday. Is that going to be a problem?
2 days to prepare. I suppose I could move the projectors into the front room and...
Oh, no, George. This time it won't be at my place. He wants the seance to be at his home.
For Christ's sake, his place? There's no way I can have everything wired for sound and picture at his place. Not in 2 days.
For half an estate worth millions? I'm sure that your skills are up for the challenge.
Ah, Leah, to what do I owe the honor of your visit?
I wanted to come by to prepare for tomorrow night.
By all means, please, come in.
You see, Ken, the area in which I am to contact the other world must be cleansed of all negative energy. It does take some time to make sure the room is clear.
I understand. Well, here's the living room. Will this be sufficient for your needs?
This is perfect. Now, I've brought some white sage and a few other incense. You do not object to me burning these, do you?
That is fine. Do you need anything else from me?
Oh no. Tomorrow night I will cleanse you as well as myself from any negative energy. That way it will be easier to contact the spirit world.
And I shall leave you to it. Unfortunately, I have to make a few preparations of my own, which means a trip to the city. Will you be all right on your own?
Oh, yes. This does require a bit of time and patience.
My trip should not take more than a couple of hours. Please, just lock the door on your way out. And thank you again.
Is he gone?
Yes, George. He's gone. I can only assume by your presence that you were able to break in through the kitchen door.
Yeah. Piece of cake, babe. Now, show me, where will you be sitting?
I believe on the sofa is the most advantageous place.
Perfect. I think I can set the projector right on the mantel just above the fireplace there.
And the speakers?
I think one right by the chair where he's gonna sit should do it.
Now, don't screw this up. We are talking about retirement money.
This is buy an island type of money.
What was that?
Must be a window open somewhere.
Now, don't overdo this. We don't need fans blowing spiritual winds on this one.
Just the projector and the speakers. I don't dare put much more up than that. Remember, we gotta get this stuff out of here before he finds them.
By then, we shall be far, far away.
Hey, did you hear that?
You didn't leave a tape playing somewhere, did you?
There has never been any scientific evidence that someone can contact a spirit from the other side, but there have been many who claim that they can do it. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly. When the escape artist Harry Houdini passed away, he made a promise to his wife. If he could find a way, he would return to her. Every Halloween night, for over 60 years, a seance was held. Houdini never appeared. Out of all of the shackles and chains that he had escaped from, death was the one that he could not master.
Mr. Ravenscroft, Ken, clear your mind. Let go of all the cares in the world. Concentrate on your wife, Amber. Think of her face, her voice, her gestures. Put all of your thoughts directly into her.
Yes, Amber, I'm here. I'm waiting for you.
We are gathered in this magic circle to contact the spirit of Amber Ravenscroft. Yes, the spirits are converging. We seek the one who was called in life, Amber Ravenscroft. Come forth. Yes, come forth and bring peace to Kenneth Ravenscroft. Yes, Amber, come into our circle.
Exactly what are you doing, Miss Crowley?
Please, Ken, do not disturb the circle. Amber is close.
And I thought you were genuine.
Mr. Ravenscroft, what are you doing?
Where is it? I know it's here. Aha! How do you explain this?
Please, Mr. Ravenscroft.
A small speaker. Really? Was that the best you could do? And I see over here, up on the mantel, a projector. Is this how I was supposed to see my Amber?
I don't know what you are talking about. I do know that you have broken the circle and the spirits...
You can come out now. The game is over.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, please, Miss Crowley. You have a partner. Come on out. The con is over.
Look, a spirit comes to guide us. What message from Amber have you brought us?
Oh, knock it off, Leah. He knows.
Ooh, you idiot!
Do not be angry at your spirit guide. I was so hoping that you would be the one. But alas, it's not to be.
Sir, we are very sorry for your loss, but hey, come on. 20 years?
You still do not understand, do you, young man? Amber is coming back.
Yeah, sure she is. I'm sure that you believe that, or at least you want to believe it.
I think someone is at the door.
You both are such fools, meddling about in a world you have no business in.
George? I think we need to be going.
Going? Oh, my dear, you must stay and meet Amber.
But isn't your wife dead?
For 20 years. You see, it's almost 11:13. Why, Miss Crowley, do you think that I picked you? You were open and honest about your so-called abilities. If you had been genuine, then Amber would have been able to return to me.
Leah, what is he talking about?
I'm not sure.
Each year, on the anniversary of her death, I try to find a female subject who will be suitable for her. For 20 years I have searched. You were supposed to be the one.
Do you mean you actually believe that your wife was coming back and taking over Leah's body?
It would have worked.
But that's crazy. Come on, George, let's get out of here.
I'm afraid it's too late for that. You see, Amber is coming, and now she is hungry.
Oh, Jesus. Leah, look out!
What the hell is that?
It is exactly 11:13. Ah, Amber, so good to see you. I hope that your meal is satisfactory. You even have a second course. Perhaps next year, my dear Amber, we will find someone who will suit you.
Kenneth Ravenscroft shakes his head sadly. He knows that another year will pass by before he can try to bring Amber back from her grave. You make it back here for a final word. There have been many examples given of people who contacted the spirit world. There are equally as many con artists who use the knowledge that they discover against their marks. And still, I wonder if not only would it be possible to bring a spirit back from the dead, but the body itself. Something to ponder as you lay in your bed tonight. Our cast included Mick Davis, Crimson McKenzie, and Jonathan Rosignol. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Uncle, please! I have to have that money!
Perhaps if you didn't gamble, you would have the money.
These people are dangerous. Do you know what they could do?
I would really like to help you, Danielle. I really would.
You have a treasure around here. Although looking at the way you live, you wouldn't know it.
There is no treasure, Danny.
So why don't I believe you?
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The Butler.